Bom dia a todos.
Good
Vamos
morning.
iniciar
Let's
os
begin
nossos trabalhos hoje no
our
segundo
work
dia
for the day, for the
do
second
evento
day of our event,
promovido pelo Ministério
promoted
Federal,
by
pela Escola
the
Superior do Ministério
Federal
Público da
Prosecution
União,
Office, the
junto com a ONU
Superior
Mulheres,
School
com o
of,
apoio da
along
NPR,
with UN
Audi
Women,
TCU,
with the support
Elas
of
no
Audi
Orçamento e
TCU,
do Alesp.
Elas no Orçamento,
É com muita
and
alegria
Alesp.
que eu
We're
faço
very
abertura desse
glad
segundo dia de
to open
trabalhos,
the second day of our
desse
work
seminário,
in this
na verdade, uma semana
seminar.
de
It's a week
exposições, uma
of
semana sobre orçamento
presentations, a
sensível a
week
gênero,
talking about
integrando a
gendered
perspectiva
budgeting,
da equidade e da igualdade
integrating
nas finanças públicas,
equality
né?
and equity
É
in public
a busca
finances.
de uma
It's the
troca de
pursuit.
informações
What we intend is to
sofisticadas dos
exchange
nossos
information.
convidados
We have
internacionais, que
sophisticated
já têm uma
information that will be
experiência
presented
com esse
by our
abordamento,
international guests. They have a lot of
para que
experience
possamos
with this
debater o
tool
assunto no
so that we
Brasil,
can
eventualmente
debate the topic in
consigamos
Brazil and so that
iniciar a
we can
sua
eventually
implementação
begin the
no orçamento
implementation
brasileiro.
in the
E para
Brazilian
isso
budgeting
contamos
process.
também com a
In order
presença
to
de
do that, we
convidados
have the presence
técnicos,
of technical
especialistas,
guests,
acadêmicos.
experts, academics.
Essa manhã será feita
This
uma
morning,
conferência
we will have
internacional
an
e
international
após haverá o
conference,
primeiro
and
painel
right
do
after
seminário da
that,
semana,
we will move to the first
integrado por
panel of the week,
6 pessoas.
and we have 6
Para
speakers.
explicar
To explain
mediar os trabalhos,
and
dou
mediate
as
our work,
boas-vindas
I'd like to
ao
welcome
Leonardo
Leonardo
que é auditor federal de controle
Albernaz.
externo de carreira do
He's
Tribunal de Contas da
an
União,
external
tem
auditor from the
formação em
Court of
engenharia
Accounts.
elétrica, é mestrando
He's
em
trained
economia
as an
pelo Instituto
engineer and
PT
he
do
has a
Brasil.
master's
Já
degree
foi
in
secretário de
economics.
avaliação
He
do
was Secretary
Tribunal do
of
CIMAG,
Government
ou seja,
Assessment of
ele é
CIMAG in the Court
secretário
of Accounts. He was
geral de controle
Secretary, General
externo do
Secretary of
CGSEX,
External
TCU,
Control from
e atualmente é
CGSEX and
secretário de
TCU,
controle
and
externo de
he's
contas
currently Secretary
públicas,
for External
CGSEC Contas,
Control of
do
Public
Tribunal de Contas da
Accounts.
União.
CGSEX Contas
Leonardo, é
from the
muita
Court of
satisfação que
Accounts.
eu passo a palavra para
Leonardo,
você,
you
desejando a
have the
todos que
floor.
nos assistem
I wish
pelo YouTube
that we have a very productive
e a
session.
todos os expositores dessa manhã,
And I'd like
um
to greet
excelente
all of the
trabalho,
speakers
que seja
and all of those who are watching
produtivo,
us on YouTube.
sendo
I
nosso
hope we have a
foco
productive
dessa manhã
debate.
o
And the
enfoque
focus
fiscal e
this
tributário
morning is
em
a
relação ao
fiscal and
orçamento e à
tax
questão
focus
budgetária. Muito
concerning
obrigada,
gender
Leonardo, com
and
você.
budgeting. Leonardo, you have the floor. Thank you, Samantha. Good morning. Good morning, especially to our guests who are participating in this panel. We have a panel with experts and we have the international conference. So good morning to you all. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the organizers of this event, congratulate the School of the Prosecutor's Office, UN Women, and the different entities that are supporting this initiative, especially Audi TCU. And thank you for this invitation. It's an honor to be here as moderator. And now we will be talking about gendered budgeting, tax aspects in Brazil. I'm currently the secretary for external control of the Court of Audit in Brazil. SESEX Contas is responsible for controlling different topics connected to public finances, and we have a macro perspective. We deal with different topics that are very much connected to our discussion today. We work with planning, with public budgeting, with auditing, with taxation, and with also exemptions to tax collection, and this is also related to our discussion today. We monitor fiscal management, also the targets and the impacts on public debt. We audit the reliability of the balance sheets presented by the government agencies. We also work with the central bank, and we work with policies that have a social bias, and also the social security benefits and the labor policies. These are some of the topics that we address. And when we take a look at these topics, they're all related to the discussion that we will have today. This is important because in spite of the fact that the panel is focusing on taxation, gendered budgeting, and the conference talks about fiscal policies, we know that all of these elements are interconnected and they have to be thought about together. We need to have the gender perspective focusing on all of these topics so that we can be more effective in this approach. We cannot only look at the budget, we have to see the repercussion in public finance as a whole. You have to think about the repercussions that this will have in the public finances, and budgeting and depends on these public policies, and this allows the state to integrate the goods and services that are provided to society and also to promote the development that we expect to have in our country. This agenda, the agenda that focuses on gender equality, is an agenda that has had the support from the Court of Accounts, not only through words, but also actions and policies and initiatives that have been undertaken in the last few years. This was demonstrated with the presence of President Bruno Dantas. He was present in the opening session of the seminar. And we have several institutional actions that have been providing support to this agenda in and outside of Brazil, because inside Brazil, we have to take a look at ourselves, at our work in the Court of Audit and the perspectives in the institution, but we also have to enhance the public administration, always supporting the Brazilian state throughout the federation and outside of Brazil as well, because the Court of Accounts has this duty, this responsibility of presiding in TOSAI, which is the entity that brings together several control institutions from the rest of the world. So we have the responsibility of taking this topic to other countries through their control institutions and audit institutions. And they can induce certain types of agendas, and we can work with these public policies as well. This support from the Court of Accounts, not only strictly speaking, but thinking about all of the staff in the Court of Accounts. We all understand how important it is for us to have gendered budgeting so that we can respect and abide by the principles and values, and so that we can meet our objectives. They're all embedded in our constitution. We could highlight some, but dignity of the individuals, the fact that we want to have a society that is free from any type of discrimination, and this leads us in this direction. And we believe that together, these gendered budgeting initiatives, they are the way forward. They show us how we can work to be more effective in promoting gender equality in the country. And we should also have more public policies and more budget for that. So if we want to meet these constitutional principles and the principles of human rights, we need to be capable of organizing our public budgets. We have to reform these budgets so that the revenue and the expenses consider the different impacts that are generated among men and women. So we have to focus on tax collection and on the allocation of these resources so that we can better promote gender equality. When we talk about the idea of budget analysis from the gender perspective, so we have to assess the revenues and the expenditures, always trying to guarantee that the public policies will consider these differences among men and women. But we have to integrate this perspective in all of the phases of the budget. We start with planning, budgeting, execution, monitoring, and at the end, we'll have public accounting. This is all done so that the instruments and tools that we use when managing public finances, everything is done so that we can integrate this perspective. So that this is possible, we need to be capable of generating data, specific information that enable us to continuously monitor these policies so that we can grant better transparency for society concerning the nature of our policies. facilitating public and social control concerning budget execution and focusing specifically on gender equality. We have an initiative from the Ministry of Planning that is led through the Secretariat of National Planning. This perspective has been embedded in our multi-year budget plan, and at the same time, we must acknowledge this initiative, support it, and at the same time look within, look at all of the institutions, the Brazilian state, and think about the other levels of the federation. And we need to understand that there's a long way ahead of us still, especially in the area of public finances, and more specifically concerning fiscal policies, taxation, because at the end of the day, these are the topics of our conference. In terms of our panelists, we will start with an international conference. After that, we will have an expert panel, and we will begin with Maria Delgado Coelho. She will talk about the interaction of the fiscal policy with gender equality. I will introduce her now. Right after that, right after Maria Delgado, we will have the panelists. I will present each of them. We will have Tatiane Piscitelli. She's a professor of the law school from Getúlio Vargas. Daniela Colesi, she's an expert in gender from the Ministry of Economy and Finances of Italy. Barbara Bratta, she's from the Department of Finances of the Directorate of Studies and Research on Fiscal Economy from Italy. Tania Sanchez Montaño, she's a consultant in planning and budgeting, focusing on gender. Ilka Marinho Barros, she's an auditor and head of the Division of International Affairs of the Special Secretariat of the Tax Authority in Brazil. And Mário Luiz Oliveira, he's the Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Planning and Budget. Our objective during this panel and this conference is to learn from the international experience, learn what works, what doesn't, and at the same time understand where we are now, taking a look at Brazil and how we can advance based on these lessons that we've learned from the international experiences.
Always recognizing the specificity of our reality, the singularity of our institutional arrangements, the characteristics of our culture, recognizing our own challenges and potentials, and based on that, we can advance and share also our experiences. So I'd like to thank you all for your attendance to this international conference. I'd like to invite Maria Delgado Coelho. She is an economist for the IMF and a doctor in economics by the Berkeley University, and she has investigated tax systems and fiscal impacts in macroeconomic activity. Maria Delgado will deliver a conference on the interaction of fiscal policy and gender equality. So, Maria Delgado, the floor is yours. Thank you, Leonardo. Can you see my presentation? Yes. Thank you. For this fantastic introduction and for the invitation to this conference. I will try to present an overview of the relationship between gender and taxes based on a paper that I have co-authored, and I'd like to thank the other participants of this conference. Historically, many tax systems globally were explicitly biased with clauses against gender, and this explicit negative perspective is becoming rarer, as you can see in yellow. On the other hand, countries with tax policies in favor of women have been increasing, as you can see in blue. But even when fiscal systems are neutral, most still are somewhat partial, and this will affect the interactions and these underlying economic characteristics, reinforcing or correcting gender equality. From a theoretical perspective, we see that the potential role of taxation based on gender, with lower taxes for women, for instance, and in spite of arguments in favor of such a system in terms of efficiency and equity, it is a tool that can help correct market failures. Given the implementation challenges, we believe that a gender-neutral system based on individuals would be the preferred option. So the taxing of work, of labor, has an impact on women, and it is the topic that is most explored in literature, the deficit in relation to men, both in terms of hourly wages and working hours, is very well known. Now, how can such taxes help explain and be used to fill gaps in employment? Basically, all labor tax systems, to some extent, will create stronger incentives than others for secondary wage earners that are generally poorer and also are predominantly women. For example, since women are overly represented, regardless of their civil state, progressive fiscal systems can help reduce gender inequalities in labor earnings through mechanical redistribution and behavioral incentives. The graph on the left shows that this redistributive effect is small, filling only 1% of the gap in advanced economies and 0.3% in emerging markets. However, on the right, we see that more progressive tax systems, where women on the lowest decile of earnings will work more hours and will have greater rates of participation in the labor force. Another key factor is the tax unit. Essentially, if taxes are charged individually or on a household basis, historically, a household structure was considered as a wage-earning husband, a housewife, and several children. So this was a way to benefit these families, encouraging marriage and fertility. In our work, we have confirmed that systems based on households disincentivize women frequently, disincentivize them from working. And this happens because someone who is married to someone who has much higher earnings will be more affected than someone who is single. And the deficit in participation of women's participation compared to men is empirically smaller in individually based tax systems, as household systems reduce the average tax burden for the family as a whole. This will not be sufficient to prevent tax discrimination in families that have only one wage earner.
Em seguida, avançamos
So,
na nossa investigação com
in
exercício
our investigation, we conducted an empirical exercise, especially regarding advanced economies, examining the relationship between gender inequalities extensively and intensively. In other words, participation in the labor force and also working hours from part-time to full-time, and the tax burden of wage earners, married wage earners compared to single wage earners. So in the Luxembourg study, we see that we have hypothetical households, and we estimated that the tax incentive for wage earners is particularly higher for poorer households. The slide shows what happens when we estimate a reduction in participation in the labor force or the gap in working hours, and this incentive. And so to illustrate the disincentive for secondary wage owners in all countries in the sample, from 5 to 18% higher than for single individuals. And this is associated with a lower participation of women in relation to men in the labor force. And this represents around 10 to 50% of the difference observed in the participation rate in the labor force between men and women for those with the higher earning inequalities. And we have obtained similar results in the intensive margin. So this reduction in explicit discrimination continues, and it also applies to the taxation of capital, wealth, and inheritances.
Women are underrepresented, especially when compared to labor. As you can see in this graph that shows the percentage of individual in the upper 10%, you see that some are women. And despite some discriminatory areas, gender inequality in wealth is still substantial. This unequal distribution of capital income is made more severe in spite of having a debate about how to tax this type of income. The gender perspective provides an argument for greater taxation of income, capital income, regardless of the original position one might have about the topic. And this can be done by increasing the tax, covering gaps, or talking about tax exemptions. And this would increase progressivity and would improve gender balance in general in the system. To bridge these gaps in capital income, we also have to have taxes on wealth and inheritance. And in our work, we discovered that countries with inheritance rights that are stronger for women, they also tend to have higher taxes on inheritance or higher tax collection on property, as you can see in this graph, where the countries are grouped in 3 categories concerning property rights. And finally, what can we say about consumption taxes? Surprisingly enough, we see a similar pattern to what we saw in the taxes for property in the excise taxes. When the consumption of goods when we see a different pattern of consumption among genders, tax on tobacco, for instance, is very low in countries where the smokers are predominantly men.
Pode ser a menos
Is this a
impostos
problem?
especiais de consumo reflitam totalmente as
So
externalidades
these
causadas pelo
taxes
consumo desses bens e serviços.
don't totally reflect
bem,
the
se o consumo de um
externalities.
bem
If
gera
the consumption
externalidades ou
of a good
custos sociais de
generates
consumo, a taxa
externalities or social costs,
Se o
there are
imposto
three
é
possibilities. If the
exatamente igual ao
tax
custo
is
social da
equal to the
externalidade,
social
aí
cost of the externality, there's no
consumidor,
problem.
seja homem ou
The
mulher,
consumer,
internaliza
whether a
totalmente
man
o
or a
custo.
woman,
Se o
internalizes these
imposto
costs.
social de consumo for
If
maior
the
do que a externalidade,
taxes are larger
aí o
than the
imposto social de
externalities,
consumo coloca fardo
the
indivíduo
special
sobre
tax
o género que
places
consome
a
relativamente mais,
burden
tal como no caso de não
on
haver qualquer
the
externalidade
gender that
social e
consumes
secundária.
the most.
Se o imposto
There's
social
an
de consumo
implicit
for
discrimination.
menor do que a
If the
externalidade, que neste
tax
caso,
is
no
lower
caso
than
do
the
país,
externality, which will be the case in
o
most
imposto
of the
social de
countries,
consumo é, na
the
verdade,
special
subsídio
tax is
implícito,
a subsidy, is an
beneficiando
implicit subsidy,
indiretamente o género
and
que consome mais
benefits
o bem.
the
No
gender
caso
that
do
most
tabaco,
consumes
as
the
mulheres
good. And
tendem a
in the case of
consumir menos
tobacco,
tabaco do que os homens.
women
Por
consume
exemplo,
less
nas
tobacco than
código
men,
postal deste gráfico
usually.
que vêem, estão
You
abaixo
see
de 1.
on the graph,
Então, à primeira
this
vista,
is
os impostos
illustrated.
especiais de consumo sobre o
So
tabaco
the
provavelmente
special
têm
consumption
inicialmente
taxes on tobacco usually have a higher incidence
O
on men.
imposto social de
Nevertheless,
consumo, no
the
âmbito fiscal
special
é
tax on
comparável com o valor da
consumption, when
tributação
compared
da externalidade
to
recomendada,
the
que é a linha rosa,
externalities,
varia
which
entre
is
países
the
e é,
pink
na
line, that
realidade,
varies
menor em
among
maioria dos
countries,
casos.
and it's lower
Ou
in
seja,
most
na maioria
cases.
dos países,
So
os
most
impostos
countries,
especiais de consumo
the
sobre o
special
tabaco
consumption
servem
taxes
para
on consumption are
subsidiar o consumo de
implicitly
tabaco em relação ao
subsidizing
óbito social.
tobacco
Beneficia
consumption,
principalmente
and this
os homens.
benefits mainly men.
Além disso, países com impostos
Additionally,
especiais
countries
sobre o
with
tabaco
special
muito baixos
taxes on
relacionam-se
tobacco,
com os países
low
onde as mulheres
taxes,
fumam relativamente pouco em
these
comparação
are
aos homens,
countries where
aumentando a
men
parcialidade em fumo.
smoke very little when
Na
compared to
realidade, de uma perspectiva de
men.
tributação ideal
And
de
in
produtos, pode-se
an
argumentar
ideal
que essa
perspective,
parcialidade
we could
deveria
argue
ser
that this bias
oposta, já que o
should be
consumo de tabaco
reversed,
pelos homens é
since
normalmente
the
menos
consumption of
elástico
tobacco
em termos
for
de
men
impostos, o que
is
justificaria uma
less
taxa de impostos mais
elastic.
alta.
So this would justify a higher tax.
Mas, em termos gerais,
But
os
in
impostos
general
sobre o
terms,
consumo são
the
considerados
taxes on
relativamente
consumption
neutros
are
em termos de
considered
género,
relatively neutral
embora a
in
sua
terms of
verdadeira
gender.
incidência possa ser difícil de medir.
And
Já
this
que
can
as
be hard
pesquisas
to
sobre
measure
dados
since
geralmente são conduzidas a nível
research on
familiar,
costs
privado,
are
torna
conducted
muito
usually on
difícil
households, and
distinguir
it makes it
entre
very
diferentes
hard
níveis de gado.
to distinguish the
Mas,
different types of
para alguns
consumption.
bens,
But for
como os
some
produtos de higiene
goods,
feminina,
such
a
as
distinção
women
é mais
hygiene
fácil. Eles
products,
têm recebido
the
atenção
distinction
especial
is easier to make.
já que
They
para
have
perceber que
received
estão a
special
tentar
attention. The
manter acesso
governments
a
are paying
essas
more attention
necessidades
to
básicas por
these
meio de
basic
cortes nas taxas
needs.
de imposto sobre o
They're
valor
cutting
agregado do PIB,
taxes
que é o tipo de
on
imposto
the VAT
sobre o
taxes,
consumo mais comum em todo o
which
mundo.
is the most common
E esse é um
consumption
debate
tax in the
ativo
world.
atualmente até no Brasil,
And
onde os produtos de higiene menstrual beneficiam de taxas
menstrual
zeros no país, mas
hygiene
estão sujeitos
products
a
are
PIS,
subject
COFINS normal,
to different
pode vir
types
a
of
mudar com o
taxes,
projeto
PIS,
de reforma da
COFINS,
reforma tributária,
and
estes
this can
produtos serão
clash
incluídos
with the
dentro da
current
remuneração
tax
dessa base
reform.
tributária. E a nível estatal, vários estados de facto isentaram
Several
já estes
states
produtos
have
do
exempted
ICMS,
these
ao incluí-los na
products
cesta
from
básica, como no caso do
ICMS.
Rio
They
de
included
Janeiro,
them
do
in the
Ceará
basic
e do
basket.
Maranhão.
This is the case of Ceará and Maranhão in Brazil.
Mas, embora
In
existam
spite,
boas razões para evitar
despite
taxas reduzidas do
being
IVA, no geral,
good reasons to
quando elas já
justify
existem
these taxes
para a
when they
cesta
already
básica,
exist for
produtos
the
de higiene feminina
basic
devem ser
basket,
incluídos nessa categoria
the
essencial.
hygiene products
E
should be
até
included in
20%
this
das
essential
economias
category. In
emergentes,
25% of the emerging
e 39%
economies
das
and
economias avançadas
39%
já
of
o
the
fazem.
advanced
E
economies
pode
already
ver
do
no
this.
gráfico neste
You
slide.
can see
Mas é
this in the
importante
graphs on the
realçar que
slide,
a
but it's
nossa
important to
medida por si
highlight
só não é
that the policy
também
on its
beneficia
own is
mulheres
not
abastadas.
very effective, and it
E dada a
benefits
parcela relativamente pequena de
women with
pobres
higher
com custo
incomes.
de retalho destes produtos,
And
verdadeira acessibilidade poderia ser fornecida àqueles que realmente
accessibility
precisam de ajuda,
should be given to those who actually need
uniformemente,
help. We should
usando
tax
essas
all of the
receitas
products
para
in a
dar às
uniform
mulheres
way
taxas
and
de
use
produtos
these
gratuitos,
revenues to
altamente
give
subsidiados
more vulnerable women access to these products.
Em sumário,
In
tentámos
sum,
iniciar uma visão
we tried to give
abrangente
you
das
an overview
interações
of the
entre
interactions
tributário,
between tax
igualdade de
policies
género,
and gender
tanto
equality,
para o rendimento laboral,
both
rendimento
for
ou riqueza
labor
e
incomes
capital, e impostos sobre
and
o
capital
consumo.
incomes, and also consumption taxes. And the most important lesson is that in spite, in general, the taxes are not necessarily the best tool to deal with gender discrimination, while our economies are not totally equitable, they can exacerbate or mitigate these inequalities. And with this, I hope that our research can foster more discussions about the different public policies. Even if they're neutral in gender, they might have direct effects in important dimensions of inequality. And I'm thrilled to have this discussion with all of you in this panel today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria Delgado. Thank you for your presentation and the information you have shared with us. It's very interesting, these issues related to taxation. So Maria Delgado has showed us how a long time we've had a reduction in the explicit discrimination, in taxation. But however, we've had implicit discrimination quite significantly, especially when we think of the distribution of labor earnings. And also, there is gender discrimination also on consumption taxes, as Maria has showed us. In the specific case of tobacco, showing that depending on the distribution of externalities and the type of taxation on consumption of goods that have different uses between genders. And so, Maria, one point we've been discussing extensively in Brazil regarding taxes is that they are not very well targeted. And so you showed, for instance, that even though good products that can be part of the basic basket end up benefiting people who don't need to benefit really from such exemptions. And part of the collection could be used in specific programs targeting for women who, and thus combining two perspectives, gender equality and also socioeconomic inequalities that exist. So that's an interesting perspective. I have a question for you, Maria, before we open to the other panelists. In your research, have you identified any trends distinguishing groups of countries, for instance, developed and developing countries? I'd like to understand the size of the challenge and where we should focus efforts. For us, looking at the specific case of Brazil, it's important to know where we are at and whether there is more progress in more developed and rich countries, or if there isn't such a distinction. Thank you for your question, Leonardo. Empirically or quantitatively, our investigation covers OECD countries. Right? So that's about availability of data. But at the level of the database that we created on discrimination, most of the countries that still maintain explicit discrimination, negative explicit discrimination in relation to women, tend to be developing countries in sub-Saharan Africa, for instance. And at the level of gendered policies in direct taxes,
a distinção não é necessariamente tanto
The distinction is
um,
not so much related
em termos do desenvolvimento, do nível de desenvolvimento do país,
to the country's
mas sim da
development level,
perspectiva
but
que
rather
as autoridades ou os governos têm tido
based
para
on the
com
perspective of
a
authorities
importância
and
da
governments
tributação
regarding the importance of
cada indivíduo por seu mérito próprio,
taxing
independentemente
individuals
da
based
composição da
on
unidade
their
familiar, porque existem
own
vários
merits
países,
rather than on
várias
households.
economias avançadas que
So
ainda
there
não
are
têm
countries
muita
and
política
advanced economies
de
that still,
agora está-me a falhar a palavra em português, de
I'm
filing, por
sorry.
exemplo, de declaração fiscal.
So the
A nível
so in
de
submitting or
taxabilidade, no
filing
caso do
their
Brasil,
tax
porque
statements.
estamos
In the
num
case of Brazil, which is
do mercado emergente, mas ainda
an
assim
emerging
tem a
market,
opção
but still
de
there's an
declaração
option
conjunta.
for
Vários países da Europa
submitting
têm esta
statements
opção, os Estados
jointly.
Unidos têm esta
Many
opção, por exemplo,
countries in
e
Europe have
esses
this option, the US has this option,
tendem
and
a
the
ser
incentives
negativos
tend to be
para
negative
assalariados secundários. E
for
aqui, da mesma forma,
secondary
no caso da
wage
Itália,
earners. In the case of
nível de
Italy,
créditos tributários
at the level of
para
tax
dependentes,
credits for
eu presumo que as nossas
dependent
possam discutir isso
household
um pouco
members. I
no painel
hope
de
our Italian colleagues can discuss this in the following panel. They tend to encourage women to remain at home rather than earning their salaries, regardless of submitting their tax statements separately from their husbands. So the distinction, the main distinction between developing countries and more advanced economies is related to structural characteristics of the economy, particularly in relation to the magnitude of the size of the informal market, the informal economy. So if there is a greater percentage of the economy that is informal, there's much less I can do to try to reduce gender inequalities through the tax system. These people are outside my reach rather than in taxing earnings, both in taxing earnings and also consumption taxes.
Não taxam sequer com IVA.
So in informal markets, for instance, there's no VAT, for instance, and so the effectiveness of a gendered tax becomes much more challenging in economies with large informal labor markets. Please remain with us, Maria, for the next presentations, if you can. It would be great to have you with us and to join us at the end for a Q&A. So we have finished the first part of the international conference. We will now move to the set of panel members who will provide their views on gendered systems. And so we will divide the first part. We will have Daniela Colesi and Barbara Bratta. Daniela Colesi is a gender expert from the Ministry of Economy and Finances in Italy, and in addition to, she is also responsible for the budget that is sent to a parliament on gender-sensitive budgeting. She has worked at the Statistics Institute and I will also introduce Barbara from the University of Bologna, also works at the Ministry of Economy and Finances of Italy, and heads the Department of Finances of the Director of Studies and Research on Fiscal Economy, and she's also an OECD consultant. So they will divide the next presentation. Daniela Colesi will begin, and as soon as she concludes, she will give the floor to Barbara so that we can learn about the experience of our colleagues in Italy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. I'm going to present the situation, a short presentation on our yearly gender budget report, and it will be referring to the situation already published on our website, the gender budget report that is related to the final account of the year 2022. We are now in the phase of concluding some of the phases of the 2023 report, and I will show you later the process that governs all this phase of reporting. Yes. Is that fine for the translation?
Yes, please continue, Daniela.
Okay. So the gender budget report has been introduced by law with the completion of the reform of the Italian public finance and accounting law. It has been introduced in 2016. So we started with a experimental gender budget report in 2017. Now we are working on the 2023 final account. The gender budget report was enforced also to include the performance of the fair sustainable welfare indicators to enlarge the concept of GDP starting from the publication of the well-being report in 2010. So we also consider some of these indicators as a subset of the total indicators that are included in our structure of the gender budget report. The main actors involved is important because we ask to other institutions of the state to cooperate with us in order to provide a full picture of the situation as far as the gender report. So we are the responsible, the State General Accounting Department, and the preparation of the gender budget report is inside the Directorate of the Budget. Then we have the cooperation with the Department of Finance, and Barbara will explain this later. We have the cooperation of our Department of the General Affairs of the Ministry of Economy and Finance. Then we ask an important work to the managing units of all the ministries inside the state budget. We have 16 ministries, including also the Prime Minister office. So we ask them to fulfill an inquiry, a survey that has based on an annual basis with some questionnaires asking to better qualify the expenditure and also the efforts that they do with respect to the management of their human resources. Then as far as for the indicators used, we have a well-established cooperation with the Statistical Institute, which cooperate with us, providing sometimes also before their publication some of the main indicators. But in any case, we have an agreement to not publish anything before that they publish as the Statistical Institute. Then we have the main social security funds that provides indicators concerning labor, concerning items related to social security and similar, and the Department of Equal Opportunities, of the Prime Minister office. The Department of Equal Opportunities is for us a partner also for having shared the methodology when we started with the first publication of the first gender budget report to the Parliament. We shared a methodology that has been refined year by year with the annual circular to classify the expenditure according to a system of classification. So it's important that we have to share with other level of government this methodology. In which moment of the budget cycle appears the gender budget? As far as the provision by law, we have to conduct the gender budget review on the state final account. So this is the reason why now we are working on the 23 final account, because we have to wait until the final accounts are closed at the end of June. In the meantime, we issue our annual circular and start the work with the ministries to check the expenditure classification, asking them for their sectoral policies and the like. Last year, we had in addition to our work with the Italian National Recovery and Resilience Plan, that into the framework of the spending review reform asked for the introduction of a reclassification of the government expenditure, both by a classification according to reaching the gender equality and another classification concerning the green budgeting. So this is a new work that has been added to the usual work related to the final account, and this is concentrated to the budget law. So we have to work on that in order to produce a reclassification of the new expenditure just within a month after the presentation of the budget draft law to the Parliament. So last year the draft budget law has been presented to the Parliament at the end of October 2023, and by the end of November we prepared two reports, one for the gender expenditure, another related to the green budget, and transmitted to the Parliament. To be honest, last year it was the first year, and probably the discussion into the Parliament was not so concentrated in waiting for this new product. So we had relevant reaction on that. It seems that this is incoming the second year of transmission. We might produce more detailed reports, and it could be that an additional interest could be raised on that. We also hope to be in the position to detail separately the new expenditure that should be related to the additional part of the public finance expenditure with respect to the main part that is related to the fixed, let me say, fixed or related to the already existing legislation expenditure. So we have to go to reach a further step in this sense. This is the gender budget process on the final accounts that starts usually during spring. Between April and May each year, we issue the annual circular related to the gender budget. The issue of this circular is not linked to the annual circular for closing the budget. But we have to wait for the compilation that the budget has been, the final year account has been approved by our court of auditors. So this is the first step, issuing the circular. Then we ask the administration, the ministries, to complete 2 questionnaires, one concerning the personal policies of the administration, so the managing of human resources, with attention to specific policies that concern the conciliation of life and work balance. We have a second questionnaire that is related to the sectoral policies of the administration, and this part is quite important for us, because the first one is always quite well compiled. The second one is not so well compiled as the first one, because there is a general problem for the administration to define a complete mapping of their sectoral policies with respect to the gender dimension. So this requires also quite a long period of working on that to make it consistent also with the reclassification of expenditure. So we have until the end of this month a work. I have to go to another meeting as soon as possible. Then we have to work on this data that we receive from the administration. In the meantime, we start the analysis of the context of several areas that are more or less consistent with the context area identified by the Hague institution. At the end of December, the middle of December, the annual report to the Parliament is completed. Then we have some administrative steps to do with the transmission from the State General Accounting Department to our cabinet of the Ministry of Economy, and then there is the transmission to the parliaments. After that, we are allowed to publish on our website. Just to recall the main areas of our gender budgets, we have the monitoring of gender gaps by indicators. So we have among public employees, we have special sources, that is a census performed by another directorate of the Ministry of Economy and Finance. And then the part that already recalled related to the economy and society. The reclassification of expenditure from a gender perspective, and this is this requires a great involvement of the administration, and this is connected to their sectoral policies and the reclassification of the expenditure and their consistency. The analysis of the most important tax policies that Barbara will talk about at the end of my presentation, and then the description of the action led by the administration that comes from the questionnaires. What is important is for a question for a matter of transparency, we publish all the replies to our questionnaire into our website in the section dedicated to the gender budget. So each administration can recognize itself into the questionnaires, and if it wants, can also compare with the other, also directly without passing through our annual report. But it's important for us that the administration are free to compare themselves. Then we have also a wide reclassification on the legislation on gender policies that it is done on annual basis and is consistent with the year under analysis. Just a short view on the evolution of the indicators from our first publication of the gender budget report. 7 years are passed. We passed from 40, let me say, 40 indicators to 180, enlarging especially in the field of health. We passed from 11 to 40 indicators. Then we enlarged also the field of the labor market, the life-work balance, and also on education. Another important aspect is that we succeed in cooperating with several institutions that are specialized in some fields. For instance, we cooperate with our Unioncamere, that is the union of the chambers of commerce, the Italian Chamber of Commerce. They provide us detailed indicators that we share with them the methodology. We also share methodologies and additional indicators and some specific topics with the Statistical Institute, with the Social Security, in addition to data that they provide us, and we are taking on board other institutions. For instance, the ANVUR, that is our national agency for the evaluation of education services, and also the National Research Institute for Health, that is helping us for a better classification of some expenditure related to the activity of the Ministry of Health. And a final information that could be useful. We just joined and started to work with a project financed by the European DG Reform. The European DG Reform to be supported for improving our work on the gender budget. That is under the title of Gender Flagship. So will be supported also into the report, to the relationships with the ministries to help them, to help us to work on a better definition on the sectoral policies and a lecture of them according to the gender lenses. Then the last two slides are only related to the classification that we adopt, but everything can be found on our website, including an English version of this presentation, of which this is simply an extract. Then we have also a summary of the main findings that concern the different contexts of the gender budget that we go more in depth. I think that I can stop here and I pass to Barbara, unless there is any question for me. Otherwise, I will give her the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniela. I will share now my screen.
Yeah.
Can you stop your? Okay.
Yes, interrupted.
Perfect.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So first of all, just to clarify, I'm currently head of unit in the Directorate for Studies Research on Tax Economics in the Department of Finance in the Ministry. Can you see the slide, right?
Not yet.
Not yet?
No.
That's strange. Okay, I will share. Can you now?
Yes.
So do you see it? Okay. So So perfect. So today I'm going to talk a bit about gender budgeting from the revenue side that we work on. And we are going to see a bit of the tax policy and the gender gaps that we observe inside the gender budget report. So first of all, just to wait. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to go a bit into what is the fiscal, how fiscal policy decision may affect differently men and women. But however, Maria before has already very well described it. And so I'm going to talk a bit about that from the more Italian perspective a bit, and going to show you what we essentially observe and analyze inside the gender budgeting report for Italy. So as we have seen, a fiscal policy decision might have a different effect on women and men, and this can happen either explicitly or implicitly, right? So we see an explicitly whenever there is a norm, a law, for instance, that is explicitly having different effect among between gender, or implicitly whenever there is a law which is not essentially referring to a specific gender, but of course, since the law has a different impact according to the socioeconomic characteristic of the people who are going to be affected by the law and on their behavior, then of course there might be an unequal effect, a different effect among men and women, right? So for instance, we are going to go to be more, so we usually in our budget report, we are more focused on personal income tax rather than capital tax or indirect tax. So for instance, even the personal income tax might have, of course, a different effect on men and women, or for instance, according to the income of that is different by gender, clearly. Or there might be some other fiscal measure, which, for instance, might support a work-life balance, and we're going to see that we have some of them in Italy. And they, of course, might indirectly support women labor participation, labor market participation. So let's see. Okay, so here let's start from the data. So what we usually in our gender budget for Italy from the revenue side, we first of all carry out we give some information, some statistics that we observe from tax return, and here it just to show that if you look at the number of taxpayers in Italy, they are almost half and half of women and men. But of course, if you look at the income by gender, then of course only 38% of income is reported by women. And that is indeed clearly showing that there is a difference in income. Unfortunately, women are earn less. They are associated with lower income, and this is also clear if you look at the distribution by income brackets on the chart below, and you can see the red ones that are the women are more prominent, are more frequent on the left-hand side of the graph, meaning they are more concentrated in the lower brackets, lower income brackets, right? So we know that income, unfortunately, earn less, right? And that's, of course, as it was mentioned also before, might imply that personal income tax, especially if it is progressive, might have different impact across men and women. Of course, if there is a progressive income tax, generally men are paying more taxes because they are rich, and this is just a very simple example on how the fiscal the tax system might implicitly implicitly affect men and women differently, right? But as we said, this it might be that, for instance, there are some specific tax measures that, for instance, would like to support work-life balance. And then why does it matter for women? Well, we know that women often tend to do more housework. They spend more time caregiving than men, and therefore any measure that actually is going to support work-life balance might help them to essentially enter the labor market or to increase their presence in the labor market, right? And so in the budgeting that you can see online, you have we sort of collect this information. We follow them across the years. There are some tax reliefs, some tax deductions, some allowances for essentially outsourcing, externalizing the caregiving part, right? So, for instance, for nursery expenses or for family assistance for people that are older, for instance, unwell. So here in the budgeting, you will see, we collect essentially the data on the expenses that are reported in the tax return. And then we also try to understand what is the percentage of those tax allowance, those expenses reported between men and women. But here, it is important to stress that the percentage is actually usually, so when you want to see whether a tax relief, a tax measure is positively affecting women, it does not need that the woman has to be using it. Why is that? Because essentially, in my opinion, the tax allowances, tax deduction, they are most often used by men. Why is that? Because tax allowance, tax deduction have higher benefits for people that earn more, right? And usually, as people earn more are men, then of course you might find a higher percentage of this policy that in principle are going to help women to be used by men. But it does not imply that they are just on the benefit of men, right? So, however, we still keep carrying a look at the percentage of this measure to be used by women or men. And then another important element to understand how the tax system affects the women is essentially to try to ask ourselves how a taxation affect the second earner, right? The second earner is essentially the one in the household who have a lower income, which unfortunately is a woman. So we know that tax system might have an effect on an extensive margin, meaning the decision of the woman to enter the labor market, or on intensive margin, so the choice of the woman to decide to increase or decrease how it works. So how a tax system is capable to affect these choices, for instance, in many ways. So first of all, the answer is in many ways. So one way is the unit of taxation, as it was mentioned before. The unit of taxation in Italy is individual. So we have a taxation at individual level, which in principle is better than the family unit, ceteris paribus, meaning without taking into consideration all the other elements that the tax system may have, because essentially in the individual tax system, in the individual unit tax system, the choice of the woman is not affecting so much the person income tax of the overall household. At least it's affecting less than the family unit, right? But let's see what happened in Italy. So here is, to give an example, a very, very simple simulation of what happened to the personal income tax of an household, according to whether the household as the 100% of the income is earned by one person, for instance, a man, or if the same amount of income is shared in half, is earned by women and men. So as you can see here, it's very, very simple to show that, of course, if you have a single income household, the personal income tax associated with that is higher than the double income household. This is coming essentially from the progressivity of the tax system, clearly, right? So if you concentrate the income in one person, then you're going to pay more taxes. This is very, very, very simple. But let's go into a bit of details to really understand for any. So here, in principle, it says that our tax system is not affecting. It's essentially not. Is essentially supporting slightly a bit the decision to have a double income rather than a single income, right? But we would like to understand more deeply how all the elements of our tax system affect the second earner decisions. And in order to do so, I'm going to show you a brief simulation where we essentially compare to three cases. So the case in which there is a woman which is single, a woman in a couple without children, or a couple with 2 children. And then we are going to try to understand what is the average personal income tax rate of the second earner, so of the woman, by defining it as the personal income tax rate, so the average personal income tax rate of the woman, plus any additional taxes or decrease in transfer that the household, that the family is going to have due to the income, to the increased income of the woman. So what we want to understand is what happened to the household if the woman decide to earn €1 more, is decide to work 1 hour more. And so here are some simulations, some analysis, as you can see here. So just to be, just to have an idea what we are looking at. Here we have a graph where you see on the y-axis the average personal income tax rate of the second earner that we just defined. And on the x-axis, you have the income of the second earner, right? So for instance, let's take the black line. If you are single, then of course your personal income tax rate increases as the income increase, right? This is due to progressivity. Then what happens if you are in a couple with 2 children? Up to a certain point, the 2 lines are almost identical, right? But then at a certain point, the couple with 2 children increases, so it's higher than the single one. So why is that? Because essentially, in Italy, we do have some family, universal family benefits, right? So this assegno unico universale, and this family benefit essentially will decrease as soon as the income of the household increases, and therefore the addition up to above a certain point, this family allowance is actually decreased, and therefore the cost of 1 hour more worked by the woman is higher, right? And then we have the comparison with the blue line, which is the couple without children. And here is a bit related with what has been mentioned before, the dependent spouse tax allowance, right? So what happened is that it is indeed true that in Italy we have this tax allowance, and when the spouse decide to enter the labor market, then the average personal income tax on the left hand side, so on the very low, on quite low income, is going up. Is going up. Why is that? Because essentially the family is losing that, and that of course is indeed a disadvantage of that, right? And we do not see that with a couple without children. So with a couple with 2 children. So if we look at the comparison of blue and red, right? We do not see that because in the family allowance, there is an additional part that you get whenever both the parents are working. And so in a sense, they actually counteract each other. So the loss of the dependent spouse is counteracted by the gain of this additional part of the family allowance. And that is why you don't see the same jump in the red line as you see in the blue line, right? But this is just to have an idea on what can be done in the sense of analyzing second earner choices. I mean, either extensive margin or intensive margin, according to which part of the graph we are essentially. But to have everything together, just to have a simulation that we insert in our budget, gender budget report. What we can do additionally to that is to use specific microsimulation models. So I'm not going too much into the details on the models, but we do have a couple of behavioral simulation microsimulation model, and using that we are able to essentially try to simulate and understand the effect on labor supply, women labor supply of specific fiscal policies. So for instance, here we have a preliminary analysis we carried out, essentially try to understand whether this small I mean, this element of the family allowance actually had an impact that I talked about before. So that the increase in family allowance due to the fact that both parents are working, if this had an impact on labor market participation of women, and we actually found that it did add an increase in probability of women to enter the labor market. So this is just an example on how using microsimulation model and using tax return data can, plus a couple of others data set can be useful to understand really what is going on the gender level. So just to conclude, what we have seen is I talk a bit about some statistic about women, their income, and we already know they are earning less. Then we have seen some fiscal measures that are aimed to minimize gender differences, and we have seen how the tax system might affect differently the second earner participation to the labor market, giving you some example of microsimulation models and the effect on family allowances on female participation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Obrigado, Daniele e Bárbara.
Thank you, Daniele and Barbara. Your presentations were quite interesting. I jotted down several notes to discuss with you before we move to the next presentation. Daniela talked about the Italian experience ever since 2016, and it's a relevant experience for us in Brazil. They're asking me to speak up a bit because of translation. Additionally, something else that I noticed was the importance of the involvement of all of the stakeholders, not only the economic and financial areas. We have to involve stakeholders from all of the areas. You'll need to work with different ministries, different agencies responsible for different sectors. And it's important to have quality information so that you can have a gender responsive budget. It's important to use indicators that enable us to understand how the budget affects people's lives, considering the gender perspective. And it's important to involve public accounting so that we can have quality information about gender. This information will be shared with society, with Parliament. And Barbara talked about some other areas that are quite interesting, making a connection to what Maria Delgado said. She said that appropriate fiscal measures, and even before that, based on the idea that there are different impacts produced by these decisions and these measures. There are different impacts in men and women, and we have to consider all of the decisions involving public policies. And we have the implicit biases and the explicit biases. The implicit biases are harder to work with. And if you have appropriate measures, this will facilitate the participation of women in the labor force, especially taking into consideration measures that promote a balance between life and work. And fiscal policies have an impact in the social economic life of people and in general. And women usually are the caregivers at home, are the ones that take care of the household usually. There are certain distortions that benefit men more than women, but this is a measure, these are measures that can be considered, highlighting the effects of taxation on the individual, on the second wage owner. This is usually the case of women, and this is a consideration that Barbara highlighted. This shows us the details that we have to take into consideration so that we can have better fiscal policies that focus on the gender perspective. Thank you once again, Daniele and Barbara, for your presentations. And let's move on to Tatiana Piscitelli. She's a professor of the doctorate program and the undergraduate programs of the Getúlio Vargas Foundation. She's the coordinator of the study group on education and gender from the FGV. She has authored several articles concerning tax law. Tatiane, please, you have the floor, and you each have 20 minutes. In the first panel, the speakers shared their time, and now you have 20 minutes. Thank you, Leonardo. Good morning. I'd like to thank you for this invitation to participate in this event that is so relevant. It is an honor to be here sharing the panel with these colleagues. And I'd like to reflect on what is happening in Brazil, specifically in the tax agenda. As Leonardo said in the beginning, it's important to focus on the gender and race perspective. Most of our population in Brazil is Black, so it's important to consider race as well. And we have to have a cross-cutting perspective of budget, but also of the budget choices that are made. And now I'm focusing on tax law because the budget choices, the tax choices, are also budget choices. So when I have a choice, if the state establishes a tax benefit or burdens other segments of society, these are political choices that have an impact in the way in which the state mitigates or benefits certain rights. So we have to remember that tax law and the types of taxation, they're not isolated from public finances or even from society. Taxation has an important role in creating legal relationships, and it has an economic impact because it creates tax expenditures. The distribution of the taxes is unequal, it generates inequalities, and it's also because political choices are made, and these choices might be controversial and they might intensify gender inequalities. Bearing this in mind, that taxation has a direct connection with the budget and the budget choices, we will talk about taxation and gender, and we must remember, as Barbara said, that this debate, this agenda, this perception that the tax system has an influence in gender inequality, this is not something new. And I'll share my slides with you now. I have a quick presentation to make. This perception is not new. It was created through economy by Janet Stotsky. She published a paper in 1996 indicating that the tax systems can have explicit and implicit biases, gender biases. They can be explicit biases if we have a direct discrimination taking place, if the law treats women and men differently, or, on the other hand, I might have an implicit bias, which is harder to detect. And if we have implicit biases, we would have the norm would be the same, but because of the social context and political context in which it is implemented and enforced, we would have discrimination. So the result would be discrimination. This is directly related to my introduction because I said that tax law has focused on this perspective of the political choices of the state. And this happens in a specific social economic context. In law, this idea, this debate of implicit and explicit biases, it evolved, especially in the context of the anti-discrimination policies. When we talk about explicit and implicit discrimination or direct and indirect discrimination and how this is connected to taxes. In Brazil, this agenda is quite recent. Regardless of this, we have reflected a lot about inequalities in consumption taxes and income taxes. And I'd like to connect this to Maria Coelho's presentation. She also talked about these topics. I will focus on these 2 points, these 2 economic bases, focusing always in the Brazilian reality. When we talk about consumption taxes, the debate is focusing on taxes on menstrual hygiene products and taxation related to caregiving work. For instance, food products, medications, educational services. Along with this debate, which is a more specific debate, when we're talking about the taxation of these goods and these products and how this can have an impact in inequalities, and also the income that is left after the taxation takes place, we have another debate, which is due to the fact that the tax burden in Brazil is concentrated in consumption, and the concentration on consumption makes our system more aggressive. Maybe we don't have much of a choice because Brazil is a middle income country, so we need to tax consumption so that we can have revenues, public revenues. But there's an economic consequence to this, which is regressivity of the system. And as mentioned in the previous presentations, I think Barbara said this, the fact that women earn less, and in Brazil, especially Black women earn less, this on its own has an impact on the political and tax choices, because these are the women that are mostly burdened, especially Black women. When we take a look at the situation in Brazil from the perspective of income, afterwards I will go into detail onto these points.
First, the low progressiveness of the income tax of the individual. We have the individual income tax, and so there's a whole discussion regarding the joint income tax statement and married women's tax statements. But regardless of this debate, there's another discussion, which is the fact that income taxing for individuals, rather than being progressive, it is regressive. So those who earn more pay less, and that affects the whole tax system and influences the choice of taxing consumption. Another political choice, policy choice, is the lower onus on capital earnings rather than labor earnings. And so there's research showing how these earnings are distributed according to gender and race in Brazil. So let's begin with consumption. Looking at consumption taxes, the solution to tackle the impact of the tax system on gender inequality, we have tax benefits. In relation to the VAT, it might not be the best choice, and I would like to discuss this. And so we have tax benefits for goods that are consumed by women mostly. But in the income tax, the scenario is similar. There is a scenario of tax benefits directed to the wealthier population, to the loss of women, especially Black women, intensifying this implicit discrimination. So in both cases, the debate is related to this tax expenditure. And so looking at consumption tax, the tax reform, after a lot of discussion, it introduced the possibility of reducing to zero the rates of the VAT on menstrual hygiene products. And so currently it's 27.25%. And so this rate in the reform can reach zero, even though this is not the ideal model, because a distribution policy would be more appropriate. this reduction will benefit wealthier women. In Brazil, the distribution of menstrual hygiene products is incipient. In 2021, we had a broad debate on a law providing for the distribution of menstrual products to vulnerable women. The president was Bolsonaro. This was not approved at the Congress, and only at the end of 2023, beginning of 2024, the policy was implemented. So in Brazil, even though tax reduction has an impact that will favor the wealthier women, we have the worst scenario. It might change, and we might go back to taxing these products, but the distribution is not a consolidated policy, and there is a high tax. And so the tax reform decided to benefit the essentiality of goods in establishing the rates. So if there is a list of essential goods, menstrual hygiene products should be contemplated. So alongside this, there's also in the tax reform a provision to reduce taxes on goods and services related to caregiving. So we have a national food basket with a rate of 0. These goods are consumed mostly by women based on household surveys. We have medications with reduced rates or 0 rates. Health and education services, also a 60% reduction, and other food, 60% reduction. So there is a set of instruments that can reduce implicit discriminations, because these are the goods that are consumed mostly by women. Not only that, together with the tax reform on consumption, or the reform of consumption taxes, added to the reduction of the VAT, there is the returning of the VAT to the low-income population. This is known as cashback here in Brazil. And so giving back would reduce the regressiveness of the system added to the reduced rates. And why are the reduced rates important? In spite of an economic impact that is undesirable because it benefits higher income brackets. Because this is very restricted due to budgetary reasons. And so we have a population where 70% of people earn up to 2 minimum wages, a population that has very low income. And naturally, it would not be possible to return the VAT to all the population because there wouldn't be budgetary room for this. And so the choice was to reduce the instrument. It's a great instrument, but only for the population in extreme economic vulnerability. And for the population that is poor and should not be paying higher taxes on food and medicines, we would have the reduced rate. And also there's the provision for a 5-year review of the tax benefits granted in the context of the tax reform, to allow for a review of a cost-benefit review to check whether the prices are being lowered, and this methodology would be essential. This control methodology would allow verifying whether the benefits make sense, whether they should be maintained, whether they are reaching those most in need. And lastly, regarding consumption taxes, we will not, it's an important gender impact, we will not have greater taxes on firearms and ammunition. So we had the creation of a dual VAT and a selective tax, an excise tax, establishing taxes on goods that have negative impacts. Now, weapons are taxed in Brazil at around 89% on average. And it would make a lot of sense to have selective taxing on weapons, because in terms of gender impact, there is clear evidence that firearms are the main instruments for feminicides. So in Brazil, in every 10, 7 are caused by firearms. And so this is directly implicated in violence against women and against the Black population. So according to the tax reform, there would be a 70% reduction. And so that's a loss of collection potential. I know that my time is almost up, but at the same time, we are going to have higher taxes on tobacco, on alcohol, alcoholic beverages, and other products that have an impact on health and the environment. So the point I'd like to bring for regarding Maria Coelho's presentation also, even though there is little elasticity in terms of tobacco and alcoholic beverages, representing a bigger onus for women, because in the end, ultimately, men will continue spending money on these goods, and less money will be left for the household. And there's another aspect. The consumption of tobacco and alcoholic beverages, they cause non-transmissible chronic diseases. And there is scientific evidence that tobacco and alcoholic beverages cause cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, etc. So when this man who consumes these goods with negative effects, when this man falls ill, it's generally a woman who will care for him. So even though there might be a negative gender impact regarding the selective taxing of goods that cause negative externalities, there's another negative impact, because the consumption of these goods will impose an additional onus on women due to having to care for the affected men, in addition to the domestic violence that is connected to alcohol consumption. So we should also take into account the damage to public health, and also regarding income taxes and low progressiveness of individual income tax, and also compared to labor earnings. And so I have a graph here showing the impacts of this tax expenditure. So MAD, a center from the University of São Paulo, showing the composition and the source of earnings at the top 1% of each of these groups: Black men, Black women, white men, white women. And so both Black men and women, as well as white women, have their earnings, most of their earnings, resulting from labor. So they are employed in the private or public sector. In the case of white men, they have less earnings from labor and much higher earnings from capital, because they are employers. And what is the gender impact of this? There is a finding that the income tax of individuals is regressive. And why is it regressive? It is regressive because the capital earnings and the distribution of dividends is not reached by individual income tax. And so those that are taxed on their labor, they will pay higher taxes. And so here's an extract from the study. So this graph from the Federal Revenue Secretariat shows this column here with the remuneration in terms of minimum wages, and we see that those earning 3 to 5 minimum wages pay 1.6%, a rate of 1.6%. And down here, we have more than 320 minimum wages will pay 2.1. Those here in the center, they pay higher taxes because their earnings are related to labor. The richer ones, their earnings are from capital, and they are not taxed at the individual level. And when we intersect these data with gender based on Federal Revenue Secretariat data, we'll have a reflection of the graph prepared by Madi, because, I'm sorry. So what the Revenue Secretariat is showing is that the distribution of exempt taxes is concentrated in men. They concentrate 68% of the earnings exempt from income tax compared to 32% of women, because here we have taxes that are not being collected on income, and this is a policy choice, generating implicit gender discrimination, because men will benefit more from these expenditures and this benefiting from this budgetary choice. So to conclude, I'd like to say that tax law is an instrument, in my view, essential in fighting gender inequalities, because the choices regarding higher or lower tax onus does not happen as the result of a pact. And so the scenario in Brazil is deeply unequal if we ignore the role of taxation in this configuration. Together with the budgetary design, we will overly limit the surveys and the agenda of public interventions. And so it is crucial to conduct events such as this one and discussions such as this one, so that we can move towards a fair distribution of public resources and budgets, and taking into account the gender and race perspectives. It's a huge pleasure to be here discussing with you. Thank you, Tatiane. So you have gone back to some of the issues related to implicit and explicit gender discrimination, but with a particularity.
You talked about implicit discriminations, and they're the result of the tax system, and we have to consider that. So your considerations were quite important for our debate. And we have to remember that the consumption taxes are regressive. This is a characteristic of the Brazilian system, but we also have distortions in the income taxes, especially you talked about capital income taxation. This is an important information, but you brought something showing us that there is a gender impact. It's very interesting. You also brought several important points that are included in our tax reform, several benefits to the issue of gender inequalities. You talked about the food basket, you talked about the menstrual products, and the cashback, as it became known in Brazil. And we had an initial conversation with Maria Delgado. The problem of this policy that it's not very efficient, but on the other hand, given our reality, maybe we could find another path. It's not the best, most efficient, but since the benefits for these products, if we didn't have this reduction in these products, we would harm women that wouldn't be able to have access to these products. So thank you very much, Tatiane. Thank you for your perspective. Now we will pass to the next panelist, Tania Sanchez Montaño. She's an external consultant at UN Women for the Latin America and the Caribbean. She works in Bolivia. She's a member of CELAC, the Community of Latin American States. She's part of the Feminist Coordination, and she's an activist, a feminist with experience in gender responsive budgeting. She occupied several positions in different agencies in Bolivia, and she works as a consultant in matters related to the public budgeting system. You have the floor, Tania.
Muy buenos días. Agradecer la
Good morning.
invitación.
Thank you for the invitation.
Al espacio, felicitar
I'd like to congratulate the organizers and the government of Brazil, UN Women, for this effort that is being made in Latin America. It's an effort made by different governments and states, and we've seen this represented in the planning cycle. Can you see my slides clearly?
Sim, mas não está em tela cheia.
Yes, but it's not in full screen.
Estamos vendo, mas não está em modo
Yes,
apresentação.
we can see your slides, but it's not in presentation mode. It's not full screen. What about now? Perfect. Thank you. I'll make a very brief presentation. Thank you once again to the organizers. I know we have very busy days, as I said before. In 2021 and 2022, I was a part of research that was done in UN Women for Latin America, and we focused on indicator 5C1. How do we talk about investments in gender equality in Latin America and the Caribbean? You know that when we talk about public budgets, you have been talking about it intensely. Definitely, the public budget is a tool of the fiscal policy, and it's a key tool to boost the economy. After the pandemic, all of the countries, absolutely all of the countries, had different challenges, and they had to face challenges in education and healthcare, but also we had to guarantee public budgets so that we could respond to the needs of the population. As was mentioned in this panel, where do these resources come from? And then we have to focus in this second component, the fiscal policies and the tax collection efforts. And what is happening with the expenditures, and how can we make our countries more efficient and more effective in managing public policies? First, you'll see this throughout the following days. We invest in what we consider most important. In 2020, all of the governments had to reallocate their resources to resolve and to mitigate the effects of the pandemic of COVID-19, because we focused and prioritized healthcare. But in the last few years, we're trying to respond to the economic crisis and to situations that have appeared. And there are conflicting priorities in these different governments. So definitely, the public budget is a key tool in the fiscal policy, and the public budget is not neutral. It can generate or deepen gender inequalities, as you've seen in the gender responsive budgets. The objective is that the expenditures and the revenues, as the previous speakers have mentioned, they have to reflect and they have to acknowledge the different impacts in men and women, taking into consideration that ever since 2015, Agenda 2030 is a commitment and it's a milestone for gender equality and funding of gender equality. So there was a commitment made by the states around the world to not leave anybody behind. And in this development agenda, we include SDG 5, which focuses on gender equality, but the gender focus, we have to bridge the gaps between men and women at the same time considering their diversities. And we should also incorporate this indicator, this SDG, and within this SDG, we're focusing on indicators. And here we have indicator 5C1. It aims to measure the efforts made by governments so that they can focus on gender equality through the public finances cycle and the budgets. This indicator is directly connected to the policies and the legal requirements to promote gender equality. And it focuses on the necessary resources so that we can implement the indicator. It also establishes an international standard that would enable each of the countries to assess their progress in the development of a system to address a public finance system that is sensitive to gender. This is the only indicator that measures advances, and it checks how the states and countries are advancing in terms of gender equality. This indicator also focuses on the funding agenda, and it was measured for 2 consecutive years. In 2021, through UN Women, along with the UNDP, they supported several countries in order to respond and provide answers concerning the advances that were made. This indicator includes 3 criteria that tell us how much we have advanced. These criteria focus on the main characteristics of a fiscal system of a country. The first one focuses on the existence of programs, policies, and specific resources to foster gender equality and female empowerment. Gender equality, and it tries to fight against the structural inequalities among men and women, and the relationship with the environment. The second criteria assesses if a government has mechanisms and tools to monitor the resource allocation in favor of gender equality. It also presents statistics, data for each of the genders, considering, and this is important so that we can have information and data to plan and to create new programs and policies. The third criteria focuses on transparency. It identifies if a government has resources and has available information. And the information has to be understood and transparent to all society, because the information is public. As I said before, In 2021, we advanced all over the world, and in the Latin American office, in UN Women Latin America, we were tasked with the job of identifying how much we advanced in Latin America. As I said before, we provide technical assistance to governments so that they can respond to this indicator. We have UN Women and UNDP, and in the world, we have 105 countries that provided information about this indicator using the instruments that were launched in the monitoring rounds. This year, we will have the third monitoring round. I consider that this is an opportunity to give greater visibility to the progress that was made. And we will also be able to highlight the challenges of each of the countries. All of this information was obtained from each of the countries. The countries answered a questionnaire. These questionnaires were sent to the governments, and this was validated nationally. The information that I will share with you now was obtained from the questionnaires and the answers of each of the countries. As you can see on the graph, the global report about the progress indicates that until 2021, 26% had a full system to monitor budget resources for gender, and 13% in Latin America and the Caribbean specifically. 59% had certain elements to monitor these goals, and 80% in Latin America and the Caribbean. The regional office of UN Women in Latin America had the role of reviewing the forms from 10 countries that responded to the questionnaire. Among these countries, we had Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Guatemala, Haiti, Panama, Peru. Out of these countries, 10 of them
You can see that in Latin America, in the past few years, we've seen the advance of gendered budgets. And within this, the biggest advances have taken place on the expenditure side regarding taxation and monitoring of resource allocation. So what we can observe in the region and is of greater interest here, the first criterion on whether countries have a framework of policies, of gender equality policies. We see that 9 out of 10 countries do have such programs and policies, and in their planning processes, this is also integrated even at the constitutional level, and they thus have resource allocations. So Brazil in this round also answered, and it does have policies and programs in place. Such programs have appropriate budgetary allocation. The second criterion, whether the country has mechanisms to monitor resource allocation towards gender equality and empowerment of women, based on 7 questions on the financing system and instructions and guidelines for resource allocation, whether they conduct impact evaluations on the programs and whether they have budgetary designation or instruments to classify expenditures that are allocated to gender equality, and also whether they conduct ex post evaluations of the implemented policies and also whether budgetary audits are conducted. 70% of the countries reported that they do not comply fully with this measure. The countries that do comply are the ones that answered yes to at least 4 of these questions. And so 30%, well, Brazil said, for instance, that it complies or it responded affirmatively to 3 of the 7 questions. So although it does have instruments to guide and the budgetary allocation, we've seen that it would be necessary to strengthen the ex post evaluations in order to improve generation of information and statistical data and to improve the gendered budget. This statement was facilitated by this self-reporting was facilitated by the heads of ministries of finance of each country. Criterion 3 is about availability of information regarding budgetary allocations towards gender equality. So 60% of the countries answered affirmatively that they do have information systems and that they do publish the information on budgetary allocations. So this shows how important it is to maintain transparency in public accounts. All the information needs to be verified and verifiable through websites of the Ministry of Finance, Treasury, etc. And so we must work on transparency and sharing of this information with civil society, with various institutions and levels of civil society. So within this criterion, regarding this criterion, Brazil answered that it does not fully comply and did not answer all the questions under this criterion. So based on this information, we can see that although in the past 3 years, precisely the 3 years that we reviewed financial information, we've seen that there have been important advances in the mainstreaming of gender issues and managing of public finances. Of the 10 countries that responded, they all said that they have already identified the importance of adopting a gendered approach, indicating that it's not only about investing in women, it's about investing to change discriminating positions and attitudes in society. So we've seen that those that have advanced the most are the ones that have implemented the instruments that guide the whole planning and public budgeting cycle. Another point identified is the importance of partnerships between or among authorities, legislative, executive authorities, different government bodies, and also civil society. It drew our attention. That's why initiatives led together with the UN women's mechanisms, the work done with the ministries of finance and the public prosecutors' offices, and also the gendered taxation have been very important points. Another important point is the inclusion of instruments to comply with the 2030 agenda that is strongly connected to the commitments undertaken by the states, advancing to promote women's rights through the Beijing platform, incorporating all these aspects in their planning. What are the recommendations that have been identified by this review, and a kind of a roadmap that can help improve investment and planning with a gender-sensitive approach? First, the need to introduce legislative requirements to institutionalize gendered budgets, generation of gendered analyses systematically and regularly in key phases. This is very much related to planning, and the planning of public expenditures is also very much related to everything that is being shared in this panel. So how can we ensure that the resources, the taxation resources, will be mainstreamed, and so generating gender analysis in key phases during approval, also quarterly accounts or annual conclusions, and so conducting regular and transparent monitoring, responding to different needs. When this is not done, resources will be made available to other issues. And so how can we ensure this? Also, the production of regular reports and publication in real time. So how are we going to strengthen open governance, transparency, citizen participation in these spaces, expanding and strengthening measures to assess the impact of gendered budgetary resources, as well as the strengthening of capacities of public civil servants, as well as alliances with civil society and academia. So in experiences where we have identified good practices, how they can help improve and strengthen the experiences of each country, identifying potential partnerships. All this is crucial. And to conclude, this publication is available at the UN Women website. We have these other publications identifying instruments and tools so that at each step, at each planning and budgeting step, these approaches, these gendered approaches can be included. Although we have advanced in the region, how can we promote effective expenditure of public resources, spending of public resources? A pending aspect, although there are interesting experiences, but it's the taxation side. So countries have the challenge of readjusting and identifying the challenges related to tax policies and what are the tax impacts. How can we make sure not to reproduce gender inequalities regarding tax collection? Thank you. Thank you, Tânia. Thank you for your presentation. Speaking specifically about budget, so the gendered or gender-sensitive budget, I'd like to point out that we still have insufficient financing of policies to promote reduction of inequalities, and we find it difficult to monitor resources that are allocated. This is related to more general difficulties in budgetary management, so that we can have budgets that will consider the quality of expenditures. It is a challenge, especially in the case of gender-sensitive budgets. And also the SDGs, the UN SDGs, reminding us of the commitment countries have undertaken to tackle gender inequality. And so the value of transparency in a substantive way, it's not enough for countries to publish information. This needs to be done in such a way that citizens will have access to the information, and so that they can use this broader understanding to participate in decision-making processes and monitor and keep track of budgetary execution. Although we have had advances, we are still far from full compliance in Latin America and Caribbean. I would like to end on a positive note. We have had advances, and these advances are stronger when we consider the perspective of gender equality in the whole budgetary cycle. So planning, budgeting, execution, monitoring, accounting and control, and also the need for partnerships among civil society, authorities, civil servants. So it is a transformation that goes beyond practical aspects. It involves social, economic, and cultural aspects of our societies. So Tânia has reminded us of this. So thank you so much for your presentation. Now I'd like to give the floor to Ilka Maria Barros. She is head of the audit unit of the Federal Revenue Secretariat, also Brazilian representative at OECD, and also part of Women Leaders Group.
Good morning. I'll put my presentation on the screen. Just a second.
Acho que vocês estão visualizando
Can
a
you
moda
see the
apresentação?
presentation?
A gente vê o PowerPoint, mas não no
We
modo
see the
apresentação.
PowerPoint, but not in presentation mode.
Agora sim?
What about now?
Agora,
Yes, I think now it's okay.
Bem, obrigada pelo convite.
Thank you for the
direcionado à
invitation
Receita Federal do Brasil para
to
participar
the
dessa
Brazilian
discussão
Tax Authority to
relevante
participate in
que
such a
traz
relevant
consideração
discussion.
Tema de cidadania,
And it
de
focuses
fortalecimento
on
da sociedade
citizenship
brasileira,
and of strengthening Brazilian society. When we talk about women and about a different impact on women, we're talking about more than 50% of the Brazilian population. So it is very important. It's important to have equality. That's crucial for the growth of our country. I'd like to begin my presentation with a figure from OECD. They estimated that gender discrimination that results in a loss of productivity, it has a reduction in educational levels. We have a reduction in female participation in the labor force. It cost $12 trillion approximately, 16% of the global global GDP in 2016, just to give you an idea of the figures of what this represents in terms of the GDP. This intersection between taxation and gender is becoming more acknowledged. And we're talking about tax reforms, especially to empower women economically, to reduce gender inequalities. So the pursuit of gender equality should be implemented through adequate tax policies, as we've mentioned during the morning. It's important to talk about gender equality through a tax policy. This was internationally acknowledged by the G20. They identified this as a priority in the global tax agenda in 2021. This recognition became evident in February of 2022 through a note from the ministers of finance and governors of central banks of the G20. They mentioned the report on tax policies and gender equality, and they talked about the inclusive framework and the transfer of profits, the BEPS, from OECD, and they asked for more studies about the implications of gender inequality in the tax policies in this meeting that they had. The effects of incentives and the incidence of taxes. When we analyze these topics from the perspective of a life cycle, they can help us to understand how the different fiscal policies can have an impact in economic behavior of individuals throughout their lives, taking into consideration variations in the human capital, such as education, skills, and health. This type of approach makes it easier for us to understand the long-term effects of taxation in economic decisions and in general well-being. I will mention a few examples to illustrate. The fiscal policies that provide educational incentives, they can motivate individuals to invest more or less in their personal skills, and this will have a direct impact in their income and their economic mobility during their lifespan. These types of incentives can also promote better healthcare practices. This means that we will have longer careers and more productive careers. The fiscal benefits in terms of social security and pensions, they can promote more savings accounts, and this has a result in the consumption standards among the elderly. Fiscal policies can have an influence in decisions such as remaining in one's job, working extra time in one's job. Marginal rates, more elevated taxes might disincentivize additional work, especially when we're talking about retiring. And taxation also has an impact in personal savings and investments in assets, such as property or pension funds. The burden of the different taxes is supported differently by different people. There's a significant alteration in consumption standards because of this. So when we understand these impacts on different demographic groups, this can help us to adapt fiscal policies, and it might encourage specific economic behaviors which are beneficial in different stages of a person's life. When we understand this, tax policymakers can better structure the tax systems when they understand this, so that these systems can maximize economic efficiency without sacrificing equality. These examples show you how tax policies have an impact, not only the current economic situation, but they also create opportunities and future economic opportunities. When we think about the life cycle and about the policymakers, they can better anticipate the long-term consequences of taxes, and by doing that, they can better structure these systems so that the tax laws can support a sustainable economic growth of a country. That's what we call a directed intervention. And when the policymakers define tax policies, they should focus on the goals: generation of income, of revenue, more efficiency, more simplicity, and more transparency. These perspectives should consider equality in taxation. This includes horizontal equality, vertical equality, and intergenerational equality. But there's a strong argument to be made to assess this from a gender perspective as well. Concerning the tax systems, we have the ones that have different fiscal treatments for gender. They use gender as a criteria specifically. And we have other systems that don't have this explicit differentiation, but they also take into consideration men and women. Maria Coelho talked about this in her presentation. She used an interesting study. Barbara and Tatiani also addressed the same topic of the implicit bias, and they shared with us that the tax systems have a different implicit treatment of men and women concerning the nature of the income and of the capital. There's a lower taxation on capital, and this favors men because men have a higher income. Concerning the level of income, because men earn more than women, and this favors men in the progressive regime, and also the tax unit. Even in the personal income statement, when you have a single statement per household, we have a differentiation because the fiscal credits and the fiscal allowances are projected based on the income of the household, and they're less favorable to women who usually earn less than men. And we also saw in the previous presentations this difference in terms of consumption and also in terms of the social roles of men and women. In this case, women are usually more involved in caregiving than men, and this can lead to certain tax provisions that benefit more women. It's a positive situation, but this is not present or found in all of the countries. So when we understand these tax structures that affect men and women differently, this is important so that we can create equal systems. And disaggregated data per gender, this is very important for this purpose. We saw this in the previous presentations. They showed us the impacts on the different groups. Brazil still has difficulty in generating disaggregated data per gender. But other countries, other low-income countries that have disaggregated data, they were obtained through international organisms sometimes because these agencies usually focus on these lower-income countries. They provide more support to these countries. And they show us that specific tax reforms are effective in reducing gender inequalities. And they deal with the unique challenges that women face. These reforms usually focus on improving the economic participation of women. They give access to more resources, and they guarantee more equitable tax burdens. I'll give you some examples that can be extrapolated to the Brazilian reality, considering our unique situation in which we're going through a tax reform. Progressive systems for income taxes, as we saw in previous presentations, these systems can significantly benefit low-income women, giving them more incentives to participate in the labor force, and they reduce the tax burden on low-income workers, which are mostly made up of women. Reforms, including credits, they can foster female participation in the labor force, and their labor will be more gratifying financially speaking. In countries such as India, studies demonstrated that discounts in taxes on property may foster land ownership by women. And when we offer discounts for these taxes on property owned by women, this gives women guarantees so that they can procure loans. This increases their independence and their economic feasibility. In Ethiopia, studies highlighted that families led by women support a higher tax burden when it comes to tax on property or tax on agricultural activities, because of the social standards that restrict participation of women in agriculture. When taxes alleviate this burden on women through reduced rates or taxes for producers, the governments can promote gender equality, and they can even promote the means of subsistence and their livelihood as well. In Bangladesh, research has indicated that import taxes affect more women than men in the agriculture sector because of the traditional gender roles in these societies. We have to consider the circumstances in all of these cases. So when we adjust these fees and these rates to take into consideration these differences among genders, this can help reduce the negative impact on women and also to promote their participation in agricultural production in those countries.
All these reforms that I mentioned, they show how a well-designed tax policy can be a powerful tool in reducing inequalities, especially in low-income countries, as well as fostering an environment where women can prosper economically. Now, regarding Brazil more specifically, a survey from the Fiscal Justice Institute revealed that women pay an individual income tax rate that is the highest for almost all income brackets, although men constitute a higher share of taxpayers, but men benefit more from tax exemptions related to corporate dividends and deductions, and these will benefit higher income taxpayers, increasing the gender inequalities in the tax system. The Brazilian tax system has been characterized as regressive, as everybody knows, disproportionately impacting low-income households, which are more commonly headed by women. In 2018, 44% of domiciles of households were led by women, generally with lower incomes. The report indicates that households headed by women are more likely to have lower incomes with a higher income burden compared to male peers. And this situation emphasizes the need for reforms to promote not only equity in taxation, but also addressing social, economic, or underlying social and economic factors that contribute to the inequalities. In response to these challenges, experts defend various ways to make the Brazilian tax system more equitable for women. The main proposals include implementation of a progressive tax system, taxing profits and wealth, and exemptions on essential goods. In addition, discussions on the introduction of a wealth tax, constitutionally present since 1988, but never enacted. And this is being increasingly seen as a means to reduce social inequalities. In addition, there is increasing acknowledgement of the need for gendered budgets and tax policies considering the unique economic roles of women. This entails understanding women's consumption patterns and allocating resources to or increasing taxes on luxury goods, which are mostly consumed by men. So if Brazil aligns its policies with these consumption patterns, the country can improve economic support to households headed by women and promote gender equality in economic participation as well. In tax terms, Brazil needs to advance greatly, and we have a unique opportunity for this. The tax policy, as already mentioned here, which is the central topic of the discussion, is a crucial tool in reducing gender inequality. I have some bibliographical references if you wish to go to study deeper some of the issues that I brought here. Thank you. Thank you, Ilka. Ilka has presented the importance of tax policies not only from a gender perspective, but also how they can induce inclusive and sustainable growth, and also reminding us that the objectives of tax systems can come into conflict in certain aspects. There are several objectives, and they can come into conflict with one another. We should keep this in mind when thinking of improvements and qualification of tax policies, specifically regarding equity, the issue of gender equity. Ilka reinforced the point we discussed this morning that biases, gender biases and discriminations occur more intensely in an implicit way, and inevitably what the roles that are played by each gender. So it's not enough to look at tax systems. They are applied on very different social and economic contexts. Of course, these contexts can evolve a long time, but one cannot ignore the realities of the current moment in order to understand the biases and discriminations that our tax systems can ultimately cause, even with the result of increasing gender inequality rather than fighting it. She also pointed out the difficulty we have in obtaining data broken down by gender. Also, we also on the side of taxation. And I would like to end on a positive note. She concludes with the need to advance in tax policies, and we do have a great opportunity to do so. The discussion is very timely, and it's great to have this discussion. And we have the expectation that the discussion today can provide inputs for the improvements that we are all hope for. We will end with the last presentation this morning by Márcio Albuquerque Oliveira. He is Deputy Executive Secretary of the Ministry of Planning and Budget, Master in Public Administration by UNB, and he is in Planning and Budget Analyst since 2004. He has experience with a public budget, monitoring, evaluation, social participation, and budgetary management. So, Márcio, you have the floor. Thank you, Leonardo. Good afternoon to all of you. I would like to first thank you for the invitation. Thanks, Samantha, for the higher school on public budget. And so thank you for the participation to participate in this panel. I would like to make an attempt to collaborate with on the topic of gender inequality. At the same time, I'd like to greet my friends and panel members, starting with Maria Coelho from IMF. I understand now that because of the work done by IMF, I can understand the advances of Italy on the topic. I think it began with 2017 with an IMF gender report at the G7. Tatiana Piscitelli, a professor, gave a great contribution, Tanya as well, when talking about the Millennium Goals, as well as Yuka, with a brilliant presentation on the tax system and the challenges ahead. So regarding the Ministry of Planning and Budget, what I can share with you is that this agenda is very intense. It started to be implemented through the PPA law, the current multi-year budgetary plan starting in 2024. We do have 5 cross-cutting agendas: children and adolescents, indigenous peoples, the environmental agenda, racial equality. So these are agendas that are very important and posing a lot of challenges, given that
mecanismos, de uma questão social complexa.
They involve complex social issues, especially regarding gender equality. No doubt, this demands a lot of coordination from many government bodies. So the report on the Women's Budget Report, which was prepared by the Ministry of Planning and the Federal Budget Secretariat, as well as the cross-cutting agendas also prepared by the ministry, that's why they are so important. I'm not going to get into the details, because we are going to have the participation of budget experts from one of our secretariats. They will speak about budgetary classification as well as the budget report, or actually women-focused budgeting. And so I would like to make some comments on this. It's been brought up that we have difficulty in generating data broken down by gender, not only gender, but also race and our environmental agenda, for instance. So when we have the challenge of producing a report that is transparent vis-à-vis society and how the budgetary programs are all related. More on the expenditure side, we need to use some proxies in order to prepare reports at this level. When we institutionalize this, we understand that the material will evolve. And I like to say that in 2010, we started with the first citizen budget. After 15 years, we sent the budget to Congress. And last Sunday, a major newspaper specifically addressed the citizen budget as providing greater clarity and transparency to society. So we are conducting this work, and in the cross-cutting women's agenda, there are several indicators extracted from the PPA, the multi-year planning. And the biggest challenge for us after doing this work will be monitoring, the monitoring of the indicators. We are aware, strongly aware, that gender-based budgeting challenges are a kind of a microcosm of a modern budget. We know that the modern budget will reflect the effectiveness of expenditures and impact analysis, whether ante or ex post, an overview, a clear overview of the plurality of the expenditures, evaluations, and the evaluations will include the review of expenditures. All this always with a gender focus. And so we need to advance in the agenda. It's a very important agenda for the government. It's part of the best world practices regarding budget performance and related to effective planning with targets and deliverables that can be verified regularly, and at the same time with the perspective of the different agendas. And so fiscal policies that are well structured and good management of finances, including the challenges of progressive taxation, as commented at length, because all panel members spoke about it.
So this can contribute so that we can reach gender equality. We know that we still have significant gaps, especially with regards to the labor market and non-remunerated work. We talked about the second wage earner. Maria Coelho also talked about the informal economy and our challenges to overcome that, but unpaid work is a challenge as well. So the use of the cashback to meet the demands of these families that don't appear in our data, through that, you can include these families. This is also a challenge for us. My contribution is that we have 45 programs that address gender equality out of the 88 programs that exist in the multi-year plan. We have 85 specific goals with 190 specific deliverables that can help us to monitor and assess these programs, especially at the end of the plan in 2027. and also focusing on the SDGs and the millennial objectives. We responded to the survey that Tanya mentioned. Concerning the budget, it's important to say that these 45 programs have been identified, and we have 91 budget actions involved. In 2023, the report on the gender responsive budget, and we had a specific methodology for exclusive and non-exclusive expenditures. The non-exclusive ones focus on the social demands and try to promote gender equality. Nevertheless, we saw that $40 billion were invested in this agenda in 2023. And I dare to say that maybe more was invested, more than 40 billion. With the evolution of artificial intelligence, if we can use data concerning services provided in the universal healthcare system, or even addressing the educational policies we have in Brazil, we know that women take better care of themselves, they live longer, they access the universal healthcare system more than men. This is precious information, and we could use AI to collect this information. This would help us when we prepare the budget, especially when we're talking about proxies and the background of what was done in the past. And you could focus on the future when we prepare the budget. And when it's processed in National Congress, it would be interesting to add all of this information. So I'd say that these values probably are even higher and could be even higher if we could work with more data. And if we could use tax information. See, these are important challenges. And they have to be taken into consideration. This is what we have been doing institutionally. We have to work this regardless of the government, regardless of the administration that is in place. We should have a state policy so that we can measure the results and so that we could actually promote gender equality. So this is where I conclude. I'm at your disposal to answer any questions about the budget plans in the last few years. Thank you very much. Thank you, Marcio. I'll highlight a few points from what Marcio said. Based on his experience with the budget, he has a lot of experience, and he has a broad experience in the Ministry of Planning. Marcio highlighted the progress we made in terms of gender equality, but this is still a challenge. It's not only a challenge of the Ministry of Planning. It involves the engagement of different public entities. And these difficulties that we have in generating disaggregated data, this happens not only with regards to gender, but also in other areas. In spite of the difficulties, we are developing actions, and we have advanced, and we are now producing proxies and indicators. The challenge is how we will monitor these indicators. He said that the gender budgeting is also a challenge because of the social demands. what citizens expect from the budget, and he talked about the progress we made, beginning with the multi-year plan where we have 45 programs focusing on gender, and they're part of the public budget. Therefore, now we can identify how these public resources are being allocated and how they're meeting the objectives. Thank you, Marcio, for your contribution. It was excellent. And now we've reached the final part of our session. There's a question I'd like to ask. I'll ask the question. And since it refers to the federal government actions, it's meant for Marcio, who represents the Ministry of Planning, and also the representative from the Ministry of Finance. I see that Maria Coelho wants to speak. I'll give you the floor. I'll ask you. We're a bit delayed in our program, but if the speakers want to say a few last words, please raise your hand so that I know that you want to speak, and I'll give you the floor. I'll start with Maria Coelho. I'll ask the question for Marcio and Ilka first, and then I'll pass to Maria Coelho. This is a theme that appeared in several of your presentations. It's the point that Marcio mentioned, the difficulty of having consistent information that allows us to address these different problems from different perspectives, from the racial perspective, from the gender perspective. The question is the following. We've advanced a lot. Marcio brought a few examples. Ilka brought others. But is there any guideline, a strategic guideline that allows us to look to the future, to see what are the steps that we should take so that we can have better quality information? Is there any strategic guidelines from the Ministry of Planning or Finance so that we can move forward and so that we can take greater steps towards transparency and better quality information? I'll let you reflect about these questions, and I'll pass the floor to Maria Coelho so that she can make her final remarks or questions. Maria Coelho, you have the floor. Thank you. I'll try to be brief. My observations are more technical. I'd like to say, concerning Barbara's presentation, about the Italian system and the process they use, not all of the tax expenditures are born the same. What do I mean by that? She mentioned the tax expenses to support
dos agregados familiares em serviços complementares à participação
expenses in complementary services, participation of women in the labor force,
de cuidados infantis,
to bear the costs of women being the primary caregivers, but they can complement. But tax expenses are related to a fiscal credit, to a fiscal reduction. Concerning dependents, such as is the case of Brazil, they usually have the opposite effect. They incentivize the permanence of these dependents. This includes the spouse with a lower income, usually the woman. This encourages them to stay at home instead of going to work or joining the labor force. So it's important to focus on the different types of fiscal allowances that we have and the fiscal expenses that we have. They might have different impacts. And concerning consumption, especially the VAT and the context of the current tax reform in Brazil, Tatiana mentioned cashback that has the potential of reducing the regressiveness of the tax on consumption in Brazil. There's also the cash transfer programs, the Bolsa Família program. It's a social assistance program in Brazil. It has a good reputation,
apesar de todos os problemas que
It's very effective in spite of its
o
problems.
sistema é sempre perfeito, mas a nível global tem boa reputação em
But
termos de
globally, it
abrangência,
has a good reputation in terms of scope and efficacy of the measures and of the social assistance.
pode ser utilizado
And
para
as the cashback, it can be used to
support
support these female hygiene products in a manner that is more efficient than simple removing the tax burden over these products.
Agora, se
But
vão ser desonerados outros bens
if
dentro da cesta básica,
we'll
o
remove the
tratamento de
tax burden
equidade
from
horizontal
other
aí
products
também
in the
poderia
basket,
incluir, a desoneração dos
that's
produtos de
still a
higiene.
question.
E era aí que eu queria deixar isto.
And that's where I want to
Estes comentários
stop.
mais
These are my
técnicos. Muito obrigada.
specific comments. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Maria Coelho,
Thank you, Maria Coelho,
pelas contribuições.
for your
Agora eu
contributions.
perguntaria ao Márcio,
I'd like to ask Marcio and Ilka,
trazer alguns pontos complementares para a
can
gente
you
fechar.
add anything else before we conclude? And since there are no other questions, nobody else has raised their hands, we would conclude after your comments.
Ilka, você quer primeiro?
Ilka, you want to go
Fica à
first?
vontade.
Go ahead.
Muito obrigado, é que eu fui útil. Então
Thank you. I was the last, and now I will go first.
Obrigado, né? Realmente
Thank you for the
tem
question.
esse olhar para o que a gente
We
pode avançar,
try to see how we can advance in the
trazer
idea
mais qualidade esses dados
of
desagregados, né?
having better
Eu
quality
sinto, por
data.
exemplo, assim, a gente se baseou para fazer
We
um
based
orçamento
ourselves in
junto
order
com o PPA da Janta
in
Transversal,
order to
a
create
estatísticas de
this
gênero,
cross-cutting
né,
multi-year
indicadores
plan, we
sociais que devem levar o
used
Brasil
the
para
social
uma terceira
indicators
edição.
for women in
Então,
Brazil. We have a
assim,
third
ali
edition of this
você
report,
tem
and there
uma série de indicadores,
we
né?
have several
Por
indicators.
exemplo, o número médio de horas nos afazeres
Average
domésticos, né?
amount of
Mulheres
hours
por homem,
spent
né? Que, de
in
alguma
household
forma, você
chores,
consegue aí, claro,
for
né?
instance.
As estudiosas que estão aqui, a
And
Tatiana,
the scholars that are here, Tatiana,
elas com
Tanya,
certeza têm
they certainly
já
have
conhecem esse material. Esse é um material
more
pra gente
information about
que
this, and
tá
they have this
sempre,
material. This
sendo
material
colhido nas PNADs contínuas, né? E na
is
PNAD
always
contínua a gente
being
consegue trazer essas
collected in the
informações e
household
ajudar nesse
surveys,
monitoramento, ou seja,
and this helps us
as
in the
políticas
monitoring.
serão desenvolvidas,
The
né? Os órgãos
policies
vão
will
estar
be
trabalhando
developed,
nisso,
the
e de uma
agencies
forma
will be working on this,
independente, né? Pela PNAD contínua, a gente vai conseguir trazer,
and through this survey,
independentemente de informações que não só de declarações setoriais, a gente vai conseguir trazer
we
essas
will be
informações para
able
poder
to
checar
collect
se aquele
information about the
avanço
sectors,
muito
and we will be able to
planejado, né?
check
Claro,
if whatever was
essa agenda
planned
especificamente está tendo
for
algum
this
resultado
agenda
nos
has had
indicadores
any
que são
results
colhidos de forma
in
mais
these indicators that are
independente. Então,
collected
esse é um ponto.
independently.
Agora, a gente precisa realmente avançar pouco
But we
mais,
do need
por
to advance
exemplo,
further,
nos
for
prontuários
instance,
médicos, né? Assim, porque
in
hoje a gente tem isso
medical
de
patient
forma
records.
bastante já informatizada, né?
This
Por
is
exemplo,
already
e a gente precisa
well
entender
computerized
aqueles nossos 220
and
bilhões,
available
né,
electronically. But out of
de
those
reais que a
22
gente
billion
tem hoje já da
reais that
saúde, com a
we
política,
have
né, com a
at the
política
Ministry
de
of Health
saúde,
in order to
o que
implement the
aquele
health
valor
policy,
que está sendo
how
investido
much
anualmente
of
ali, ele pode ser considerado
the amounts
realmente uma parte
that are being
que vai
invested
agregar,
annually,
né, na
how much
ideia
has
de você
been
estar amparando, né, ou melhor,
actually used to
trazendo, né, informações mais atuais sobre a relação
obtain
da igualdade de gênero na
better
utilização do SUS.
information on
Então, a gente
gender
sabe que precisa
equality
avançar
in
nisso.
the
A gente
use
sabe
of the
que
health
os
system,
números
for
estão
instance.
aí,
So
né? A gente
we
consegue correr
need to
muito
advance.
avanço
We
na
have
parte
the
tecnológica,
means
e o
to
desafio
do
é trazer
so
isso para dentro. Então, a
technologically
gente, aos
speaking,
poucos, por isso que
but
eu
the
sempre
challenge remains
gosto
to mainstream this.
nossos projetos
I
aqui
like
são
to
de 15
say
a 20
that
anos, que é o tempo que a
our
gente vai continuar por
projects
aqui ainda,
here,
e na busca, né,
they have a time frame of 15 to 20
desse desafio
years.
e assim,
And the
de
challenge
industrializar esse processo de forma mais
of
perene, tá?
mainstreaming
Eu gostaria
these
de
processes in a more permanent fashion, right?
Obrigado, Márcio.
So this is what
Quer
I
acrescentar algum ponto
wanted
sobre o
to
lado
add. Would you
Da
like
minha
to
parte,
add any
né,
points?
parte da
Yes,
Receita
on my
Federal,
part,
como vocês
at
sabem, a
the
Receita tem uma base
Federal
de
Revenue
dados
Secretariat, you
muito
know that we
grande a
have a
respeito dos
huge
contribuintes.
database on
Os dados, eles
taxpayers.
são protegidos por
The
sigilo fiscal,
data are
né, e
protected by
individualmente
fiscal
isso acaba sendo uma barreira para
confidentiality, and of course,
compartilhamento,
this
alguns
is a
compartilhamentos, alguns
barrier
cruzamentos
to
de informações
sharing and crossing of information. But the aggregated data, depending on the form of aggregation, the data can be shared. And I see huge potential in the use of such data with other ministries and other government bodies. It's important to work in a cross-cutting manner within government, to use the information better, to design policies at all levels, whether tax policies, other types of policies that address not only gender inequalities, but other inequalities. So, my final comments are about this. The use of data in a cross-cutting manner by the various government bodies. This needs to improve, it needs to be supported, and it needs to be made more flexible. Thank you, Ilka. We have an additional question by an online participant, Acácio, but Tatiane had to leave. But I would like to register the question here. Acácio asks about the graph presented by Tatiane showing that what happens at the 1% top of the population and whether the fact that many people, many high-income people use the corporate income tax rather than individual income tax. So it's an interesting issue that Acácio asks about. Tatiane is not here to answer, but she will receive the question, and it's a question. It's an interesting question. So I'd like to conclude thanking Maria Coelho Delgado and the brilliant panel members, Daniela, Bárbara, Tatiane, Tânia, Ilka, and Márcio. Thank you for the inspiring presentations that will provide a lot of food for thought here in Brazil, and important contributions and a great opportunity, a great learning opportunity. But the event does not end now, so you are all invited to continue at 2:30 in the afternoon with another international conference. And so in the afternoon, we will discuss the global gender perspective from the point of view of the UN. Thank you for those of you who are attended online, and have a great afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure to join you. Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Márcio, Ilka, Maria.
Até mais.
Até mais.
Obrigado, pessoal. Até mais, hein?
Obrigado,
See
Márcio.
you.
Até logo.
Thank you.
Boa tarde a todos. Estamos
Good
de volta
afternoon, everyone.
nesse
We are
dia
back
para dar continuidade
to
aos
continue
debates sobre
the
orçamento sensível a
discussions
gênero,
on
na
gender-sensitive
semana relativa a
budgeting,
esse tema, que se
on the
iniciou
week
ontem,
related
já
to
teve
this topic
também
that
uma
began
primeira conferência
yesterday,
internacional, um
and
primeiro
we've
painel no
already
dia de
had
hoje.
a first conference and a first
Agora à tarde
panel this
teremos
morning.
novamente uma
In the
conferência,
afternoon, we're going to have
painel com
another conference,
especialistas,
an expert panel
pessoas que trabalham com esse assunto,
with
que
people who have
conhecem a
been working on
matéria,
the topic. They are
notadamente
very knowledgeable,
mulheres,
and
bastante
they're all women,
relevantes
which is
na matéria.
very
E para
important,
mediar e conduzir os trabalhos,
to mediate and coordinate the
quem
work,
fará isso será a
the
colega do
discussions.
Ministério Público Federal
We
da
have
República,
from
Luciana
the
Loureiro,
Federal
que
Prosecutor's
terá a honra,
Office,
vou passar a palavra a ela logo mais, que é vice-presidente da
our
Associação
colleague
Nacional
who
dos
is Vice
Procuradores da
President
República,
of
que é
the National
apoiadora,
Association
associação que é
of
apoiadora desse evento,
the
e
association
também
that supports
coordena
this event,
a
the
Impede
Association of
Mulheres, né? A
Public
Luciana está
Prosecutors, and
por dentro da
Luciana
agenda de
Loureiro
gênero,
is
dos
very
debates
familiar
atuais,
with the
e vem
gender
tratando desse assunto na nossa
discussions,
instituição
also
com os colegas
addressing
através do trabalho
this issue
associativo,
through the
para ver
association's
até
work
que ponto as questões
to
de
see to
gênero
what
podem
extent
ser
gender
incorporadas na
issues
própria
can be mainstreamed
organização
in the
institucional.
organization,
É debate
institution,
muito
in
vivo,
the institution.
muito
It's a
importante
very
e muito
important
difícil,
discussion
né?
and very difficult
Vou
one.
passar a palavra para a Luciana
I
e
will
não
give
sem
the floor
antes
to
lembrar
Luciana,
que esse
but I'd
evento
like
está
to
sendo
remind you
transmitido
that
pelo YouTube.
this event
As
is being
pessoas que
broadcast on
assistem, que têm
YouTube.
interesse nos
If
demais
you are watching and are
painéis
interested
e
in the
discussões
other
dos
panels and
dias seguintes,
discussions
podem se
on the
inscrever
following days, you can
exclusivamente para amanhã,
enroll
quarta-feira, ou para
for
tarde de
tomorrow
quinta-feira, quer dizer,
or
as
for
inscrições
Thursday.
para render o certificado,
So
elas são
the
por período,
enrollments that
e
will
para quem puder acompanhar
later
tudo ao vivo,
provide
livre
certificates,
acompanhamento pelo YouTube,
you
ficamos
should
muito
enroll
honrados
in
com
order
isso.
to
Agradeço
receive
novamente a
certificates at the
presença
end.
de todos os
So
expositores
thank you to
e que
all
tenham
the
uma boa tarde de trabalho.
speakers, and I wish you a great discussion, fruitful discussion.
Obrigada, Samantha.
Thank you,
Boa
Samantha.
tarde a todas, a
Good
todos,
afternoon
aos que
to all of you.
nos assistem também pelo YouTube.
Also, those of you
Obrigada
watching
pelas
on
gentis
YouTube.
palavras, Samantha.
Thank you for your
Colega
kind
muito,
introduction,
competente, super
Samantha, very
dedicada
competent
só
and
a esse
dedicated
tema,
colleague,
a numerosos
dedicated not only to this topic, but so many others
complexas atribuições do Ministério
that are
Público
part
Federal,
of
colega
the
absolutamente
attributions
combativa,
of
a
the
quem eu
Federal
parabenizo
Prosecutor's
pela
Office.
oportunidade da
And
proposta desse
congratulations
tema,
on proposing this
esse
topic
seminário que realmente é
and this
marco.
seminar, which is a milestone,
A Luciene
as
é
Luciene
algo
said.
que
It is
absolutamente meritório, porque vai
very timely
congregar
and
então
important because it will
setores públicos,
convene the
tanto a
visions of the
academia,
public
desde
sector,
os órgãos de
academia,
controle, como o TCU,
the
Ministério
audit
Público,
institutions such as
e
the
visões da
TCU
sociedade
and the
civil
Prosecutor's
também,
Office,
né,
and the
que
visions
também
of
têm
civil
que ser
society,
consideradas, porque são os
which
órgãos que estão, as
needs
entidades
to
da
be
sociedade
taken into
civil que vêm
account
construindo
because it is civil
diálogo,
society
seja com
entities
setores públicos
that
como a
have been
academia,
in dialogue with
e
academia
vem
and
construindo
public sector.
arquiteturas
They
do
have been
orçamento sensível a
building
gênero há alguns
the
anos, né?
legal framework
Nós
of
temos que
gendered
reconhecer o mérito
budgeting
das
for the past
organizações
years. We need to recognize the
na
merit of
promoção
civil
da
society organizations
manutenção
in
desses
promoting
direitos.
and building and
Essa
strengthening
agenda
rights.
que vamos ter
The
hoje,
panel that we're going to have now, after the first conference
a representante da ONU Mulheres, né, que é o
with the representative of UN Women,
todos os sistemas
it's
de
very
gênero,
important.
não podia ser diferente. E logo
And
depois nós teremos uma mesa federativa
so
que vai
after the international conference, we're going to have a
visão
federative
dos poderes públicos,
panel
uma visão
with the
regionalizada,
views,
né,
with a more
do que
regionalized
se está
view
enfrentando ou não se
of
está
how
enfrentando e que tipo de dificuldades
we are
os poderes
dealing
públicos estão enfrentando nos estados para
with
fazer valer de algum modo a experiência
the
do orçamento
issues
sensível
and
a gênero.
experiences
Eu
of
vou chamar então
gendered budgeting.
agora a nossa
So
conferencista
I would like
titular,
to invite
que é a
our
professora Raquel
afternoon's
Coelho, a professora
conference speaker, Professor
Raquel,
Raquel Coelho. Professor Raquel
nossa conferencista é conselheira de políticas
is a
macroeconômicas
counselor for macroeconomic policies and
é doutora em
a
economia
global leader at CARE and
internacional,
UN Women.
especializada em gênero e
She is
economia, com
specialized in
base
gender
na
and
Conselhia
economics with
Coordenadora,
vast experience as an
professora de programas
advisor,
administrativos para
manager
mulheres
of
e em políticas
in
sociais
economic
para
empowerment
gênero.
programs for women.
Professora de mestrado em
And
gênero
she
e
is professor of
desenvolvimento
Gender
e
Masters
colaborou com
course in University of Madrid. She's collaborated in post-graduation courses in several countries of Latin America. Professor Raquel Coelho, you have the floor for 30 minutes.
Muito obrigada, Luciana.
Thank
E
you,
muito obrigada
Luciano.
também aos
Thank you
organizadores
to the
pelo convite.
organizers
Para
for
nós,
the
como
invitation.
mulheres, uma honra
It is,
estar
as
aqui
a
e poder
woman,
partilhar
it's an honor to be
nossos
here
conhecimentos e
and to
experiências, mas
share
também ouvir
my
das
knowledge and
experiências
experiences,
federativas
and also to
Brasil
hear of the
nesta área
experiences of the different regions
realmente
in Brazil.
precisa de aprofundar, porque estamos
We
vivendo
need
tempos
to
complexos e tempos onde
discuss
cada
this issue at
real,
depth
cada
because we are
dinheiro, cada dólar
experiencing
conta e temos que
complex
poder lograr o
times,
melhor
and
uso
every
desses,
dollar
desses
counts.
recursos para
And we need to
melhorar a vida das
allocate
pessoas,
resources
melhorar a
in
vida
such a way as
das
to improve
populações
the
dos países
lives
onde
of
nós
the
vivemos.
populations of the
Eu
countries where we
gostaria de
live.
partilhar com vocês
I'd like to share with you
apresentação para
a
que vocês também
presentation
depois ficar
that will
da conferência, eu posso partilhar com
be
vocês.
provided to you later.
Que vou estar aqui a colocar. Vocês me confirmam que estou a colocar
Please
em modo
confirm
mais
that you
slide.
can see the presentation.
Ok. Me podem confirmar? Ok, aqui
Can you
agora vou
confirm
mais
that you
ok.
that the presentation is
Meus
up?
units
Yes.
agora
Okay.
estão a ver bem.
So
Ok.
yes, we can
Eu sei
see the
que vocês
presentation.
já estiveram a conversar sobre
You've
mais a
already
parte
been
fiscal
discussing the
e,
fiscal
em primeiro
side
lugar, eu queria dar
in the
aqui
morning,
marco mais conceptual, mas
and
sobretudo
I would
marco mais
like to
baseado nas experiências
provide a
da
framework
América
based on
Latina
the
sobre
experiences
como
of
é que se
Latin
está
America
trabalhando
and
esta
how
proposta
countries
de
are
habitação
working on
sensível ao gênero,
the gendered
orçamentação com
budgeting
perspectiva de gênero.
proposal.
E para aí começar, e quisiera trazer alguns antecedentes deste
So I'd like to
trabalho,
provide some background,
porque muitas vezes quando temos
because
encontrado
very
os
often
das finanças
when
ao
we meet
início,
with ministries of
nos perguntavam
finance,
por
when we
que
met with them,
que tinha que ser
they asked
integrada
us,
esta perspectiva
why
nos
mainstream
orçamentos, e os
this
orçamentos eram
perspective in
já
the
para os
budgets?
homens, para as mulheres, e que não havia
Budgets
essa
were supposed
necessidade.
to address men's
Mas
and
a
women's
verdade
needs
é que nós
equally,
temos
but the fact is
continuado com base em
we've
dados
been
a revelar que o orçamento não é
we've
neutro,
been
não é neutro, tem
finding
impacto
that budgets are not neutral.
em termos de gênero por
They
várias
have
razões.
a
A primeira,
gendered impact
porque
for many
sabemos
reasons. The
que
first of which
pelas diferentes
is that we know
necessidades, as mulheres e
that
homens
given the their different needs, men and women
roles na
play
sociedade,
different roles in
portanto, às
society.
vezes temos
Therefore,
horários distintos,
we
necessidades
have different
distintas, e
schedules,
por aí
different
temos
needs,
essa necessidade de estar
leading
ouvindo
to
como essas necessidades são
the
diferentes. E
need
também, por certo, são
to
diferentes,
listen to these
não para
different
todas as mulheres
demands,
iguais, não para
and
todos
which
os homens
and
iguais.
they're not the same for
Há
all
diferença
women
de
or for all
necessidades
men.
quando
There are different
olha para
needs
o
when
contexto
you
rural,
look
para,
at the rural versus the
para as
urban
mulheres
context,
indígenas e
indigenous
mulheres
women
negras,
versus
porque
and
estão mais
black women,
discriminadas também, e temos
because
que
they suffer
combater
more
essa
discrimination, and
discriminação
we need to
precisamente com
fight this
medidas
discrimination
afirmativas. Portanto,
through
há umas
affirmative
necessidades
actions.
diferenciadas e o
So there
orçamento
are
deve
different needs,
virar
and
para
the
isso.
budgets
Também
should
o
take this
orçamento
into
é
account.
motor
The
muito
budget
poderoso na
is
geração
a
de
very
emprego.
powerful engine
E
in
sabemos, por
terms of
exemplo, que não é o mesmo investir
employment
em saúde,
generation.
que são
It's different from
nomeadamente o setor
investing in
mais feminizado,
health,
por exemplo,
which is
que
the most
investir em
feminine
defensa, por exemplo,
sector,
onde há muito mais emprego
as opposed to
masculino,
defense,
não?
which is a much more
Também o
male
financiamento do orçamento é
sector.
claramente o
Also, the
recurso para poder
finance
financiar as políticas de
budgets
igualdade
finance
de gênero. E aí é
equality,
onde que também,
gender equality
quando uno tem
policies,
compromissos
and
concretos,
when
depois tem que ser
one has concrete
continuados
commitments,
e implementados com
they need
recursos
to be
específicos
implemented
necessários
with
nos
specific
orçamentos públicos.
resources
E por
that
último,
are
também há
part of
impacto
public
muito claro
budgets. Lastly,
em
there is a
como
clear
a
impact on how
organização dos cuidados
the
é
organization
gerada
of
e como
care
o orçamento tem esse impacto. Vou poner,
and
vou
the
só
impact of
exemplo.
budgets on
Quando
this.
uma
Just an
pessoa
example, when a
nasce,
person
tem uma
undergoes surgery and needs a week off to recover, and the hospital will, and the person will remain in hospital only for one day, family members need to provide care. In order, family members will have to care for this, for the recovering individual. So there is a lot of connection with non-remunerated care work, which is done mostly by women. Therefore, the gendered budget is a tool in order to improve the targeting of public resources, and it also helps in a key aspect, which is the promotion of transparency. People say they don't want to pay taxes because they have no idea where the taxes are going, and they mention corruption and so on. So a mechanism for transparency also helps to explain to citizenry how resources are being used.
So then we have these initiatives concerning gender responsive budgets. These initiatives aim to analyze and transform public budgets so that expenses and revenues can reflect and recognize the different impacts in men and women and generate changes to contribute towards equality. There's no single recipe for that. We have several practices in the region. UN Women has monitored these experiences for almost 22 years. And the practices have been implemented by the governments. And these experiences help us to advance. What we did, we focused on the strategies, and we focused on 3 types of strategies. First, we analyzed experiences working with the budget. We analyzed the budget to have campaigns. There are several experiences focusing on financial mechanisms with the ministries of finance in the decentralized level as well, so that we can implement changes in the budget cycle. And thirdly, we want to generate relevant information so that we can have internal and external monitoring, so that we can control how the budget is executed, because we know that sometimes the resources are earmarked for something, but they're executed elsewhere. And then we have a reduction in the resources. Obviously, what we want is to have a more efficient use of the resources, a more equitable use of the resources as well. A gender-based budget became stronger once the UN member states approved Agenda 2030, because one of the commitments that was made is towards gender equality. And one of the indicators that allows us to monitor that is indicator that measures the proportion of countries with systems to monitor and to perform public allocations in favor of gender equality. So when Brazil gives us a voluntary report on their progress concerning the SDGs, they're also informing us how they are incorporating this indicator. I know this morning Dr. Tania Sanchez talked about the methodologies. I won't go into detail, but this is also important so that we can advance in the gender perspective globally. I'd also like to highlight some of these experiences. Based on the experiences that we have in the region, we in UN Women, we created a roadmap for the implementation of the public budget initiatives focusing on gender. This was systematized. The publication is available, and at the end, I'll give you the link. It's available in Spanish and in English, and we hope to be able to translate into Portuguese as well. It proposes 5 important milestones in the planning and budgetary cycle in order to institutionalize the gender perspective throughout the cycle. We analyzed 12 countries that have had national and local experiences, and we analyzed the tools in these 5 different milestones. I'll give you some examples, and the details can be found in the publication. What are the 5 different stages or opportunities to be able to have an influence? The first one is the regulatory framework, focusing on the budget cycle. Sometimes it involves the constitution of the country and the states, but we also have to have regulation, a specific law about planning, a law about the public budget, and sometimes we require other types of legislation that in order to introduce more mechanisms for gender-responsive budgeting. We have some decentralization laws that establish the competences in the federal, the state, and the municipal level, and you can also include other topics and points. Then we have the strategic planning step. I'm going to go very quickly through them, and then I'll give you the details. Then we have the budget cycle per se. After that, we have accountability. After the execution, and finally, we have the institutional mechanisms to implement these goals. These are mechanisms that exist in the institutions and that promote these types of processes. I'll go into detail into each of these steps, but I'd like to highlight the third point, which are the tools in the budget cycle. The budget cycle, which you know better than I do, is a process that starts with planning. First, we have broad planning, and then we have micro planning through the programs, and then the draft budget is sent to Congress, and then we have the implementation stage, and finally, evaluation. In the middle of everything, the systems are always managed by information systems for public finance management. And in these information systems for public finances, usually we have budget classifiers, markers, we have IT systems. Here we have the opportunity of incorporating some gender budget tools. I want to show you the experience in Ecuador. As one of the budget classifiers, they created a specific category for equality policies. And they included inside this equality policy, they have the possibility of classifying it as a gender program, as a generational program, as a program to support traditional peoples, and also a policy to support different capacities and skills, and also a policy for human mobility. In these categories, The budget lines can be classified, identified, classified as part of this classifying system. And for each of these categories, they created subcategories. For the gender equality policy, they created specific subcategories that reflected the government priorities in terms of gender. This was totally integrated to the management system, the budget management system, and they had the classifiers for the functions and the purposes of each of the projects. It's important to highlight that when you classify or identify a project, you also have to consider if the investment promotes gender equality. And some other countries have defined a different methodology for these programs. They don't use the classifiers, the budget classifiers. They use different markers and they try to identify which programs have the greatest impact in gender equality, which programs can have an indirect impact, but in order to have that, they have to have certain characteristics, and other programs in which they didn't identify any impacts. It's not that the program didn't have an impact. We consider that all of the programs may have an impact, even if we think about the debt service. But in this case, we were unable to identify the impact, but we know that there is an impact that is first related to a specific interest, but it's also related to the fact that certain resources are allocated to that program for which we didn't identify any impacts. And because of that, these resources were not redirected to other programs that might have had better impacts. And the OECD applies this methodology to all of the internal programs and to the cooperation programs as well. And we use this in the UN as well. What are direct impacts? When can we say that a program has a direct impact in gender equality? In order to contribute to gender equality, we need to reach gender equality and female empowerment, and we have to eliminate discrimination against women, and we have to reduce or eliminate gender inequalities. And there are several causes. There are structural causes that are inherent to these inequalities. Several of, for instance, care is usually up to women. And we consider the time that is dedicated to these types of activities, and this generates a difference. This is an inequality in terms of access to opportunities when compared to men, women when compared to men. That's why women in a situation of poverty face larger inequalities, because the more vulnerable a woman is, the more time she dedicates to caregiving work. They can't pay for daycare services. They can't pay for somebody to work and help them out in their house chores. It's different from a person that doesn't have the resources to pay for these services, so the woman has to do everything herself. And it's unpaid work. This is a structural matter. And when we invest and when we promote the joint responsibility for this type of caregiving work, and if we have campaigns to promote responsibility, joint responsibility of men and women for these types of chores, this is an initiative. And behind discrimination, we also have values and cultural practices that reproduce discrimination in several cases, where several people think that this is chores that are up to women. So we have to invest in campaigns to change this type of mindset in our cities, in our institutions. And in this case, we're also investing in gender equality. And finally, there are effects of this type of discrimination. And we have gender differences in access to education, access to healthcare. And we still have differences, and we have to reduce these differences of access. And also violations are also a consequence of discrimination, violence against women. We have specific programs that focus on working with women to reduce these differences. So we promote women so that they can have equal opportunities, the same as men, and so that women can have access to these opportunities, women among themselves as well. So when we talk about gender responsive budgeting, we have to categorize the programs, the impact of these programs. And some programs don't have a direct contribution. There are other programs that have an indirect impact. And in order to say that the indirect impact exists so that we can measure it, we have to have some tools in these programs.
This includes specific goals in order to promote gender equality or empowerment of women, and indicators to measure compliance, and also explicit activities to achieve gender equality. And then we should think of a program to promote education in general. Within this program, whether we have a specific assessment to identify gaps between boys and girls, and whether there are goals that support contents that help women to access more male-oriented careers. And so then we can say that the program has an indirect impact. Now, the goal of gendered budgets is to identify and safeguard and allocate more resources to programs with direct impact. And also many programs where we are not able to identify impacts would have an identifiable impact. I am almost concluding. You still have 9 minutes. 9.
Voy aqui então um pouco a dar essa perspectiva, já falamos do que eram os sistemas de
Well, we've spoken about public finance, management, and information programs, and now looking at the different phases of the budgetary cycle. So the planning phase, we know that there are annual directives and guidelines, and we know that in Brazil there's a study that is more updated, a study that was done 3 years ago, showing that Brazil already had a law of budgetary guidelines in 2022 that already reflected some gender-focused issues. Then, in the phase of program design, some possibilities through what we call ex-ante assessment. So how to formulate
the
programs and include them in the proposed budgetary law, and an analysis on whether the programs do contain the diagnoses and goals and indicators and concrete activities in order to be implemented. And also in terms of the formats
onde que os programas son
and
preparados,
where
contém
the
alguns
programs
campos
are
onde que essa informação
prepared.
pode ser
There are
colocada. Eu vou trazer
fields
aqui
where
exemplo da
the
cidade de
information
México,
can be entered.
onde que
This one
eles
is for the city
colocaram
of Mexico,
no
where they
próprio formato para formular o programa que se diferenciara
have this
a informação entre homens e mulheres, também entre os
formatted
grupos etários, que
the
se
program
colocara entre os
documentation in
objetivos
order
qual era o
to
objetivo específico
include
de gênero,
among
que
the goals
muitas
what are
vezes
the
identificaram também
gender-specific
as
goals and
problemáticas
also
e os
specific
as diferenças
diagnostics
entre homens e
gaps
mulheres e também
between men and
como
women
esses programas contribuem à
and how the
estratégia,
programs
neste caso, a
contribute to
estratégia da cidade de México para promover a igualdade de gênero.
Mexico's strategy to
Se
promote
passo e
gender
vou
equality.
finalizando a parte
So
de
now
aprovação e
towards the
discussão, há
so
vários
on in
países
terms
que
of
têm
approval and discussion, many countries
incluído
have
na própria
included
lei de aprovação do orçamento
in
anual algumas
their
diretrizes,
annual
alguns
budget law
elementos que
guidelines and
indicam
elements
como
that
a perspectiva de
indicate
gênero tem sido colocado nas fases
how the
anteriores,
gender
como deve ser
perspective
implementada,
was
e
addressed in the
também
previous
alguns países
phases,
que
how it is to
elaboram
be implemented,
relatório de orçamento de gênero que
and
acompanha a
also
proposta da lei orçamental, de maneira que
other
os parlamentários
so
têm informação de
parliamentarians
primeira mão sobre
will
como esse
receive
orçamento está a contribuir
information
à
on
igualdade
how
de
the
gênero. E
budget
aí o Brasil
contributes to
também
gender
fez
equality.
relatório A Mulher no
I
Orçamento,
made
que é
a
exemplo deste tipo
report,
de relatórios que
Women
queria
in the
trazer para
Budget,
vocês.
that I wanted to
Este é exemplo também da cidade de
show
México,
to
que
you.
como
Also from
vimos
Mexico, another
anteriormente,
example, as we've
coloca
seen
nos seus
before,
formulários essa
it
identificação
includes
e,
in
portanto, eles também
this
depois
identification in the
incluem num anexo
forms,
na proposta de lei
and then this is
orçamental, onde
included
que
in
estão
an
desenhalizados
annex
todos
to
aqueles
the budgetary
programas e
proposal,
quanto foram
analyzing
alocados
all
esses
the programs,
programas, e
how
aqueles
much has been
programas que
allocated
sim
to
no
the
seu
programs,
formulário colocaram
and
indicações de que
whether
contribuíam à igualdade de gênero com
there
aqueles
are
outros,
indications that
a
they
relação
do
de
contribute
informações.
to
E, finalmente, a
gender
fase de
equality.
implementação e monitoramento,
And
onde que se
now
pode
on the
inserir
monitoring,
nos instrumentos de acompanhamento, de monitoramento, de fiscalização do legislativo, as audiências que se fazem para monitorar a
scrutiny
implementação
by
do
the
orçamento, e também
legislative,
fazer atenção a
and
tudo que
also drawing
o que regula a
attention
modificação
to
orçamentária, porque como eu estava dizendo antes, às
budgetary
vezes os fundos e os recursos são
changes,
alocados
because
de uma maneira mais
resources can be allocated in a certain way, but in the discussion this is lost. And so to limit modifications, budgetary modifications that can be done, and category 1 programs or direct impact programs are also an important tool. I will conclude with links and QR codes where you will find these two publications. The first is on advances in Latin America regarding the indicator on the indicators for target 5, for goal 5, that Tanya presented this morning, and another publication based on concrete experiences of Latin American countries. I'd like to end my presentation paying homage to one of our colleagues who worked for more than 20 years on gendered budgeting, Lorena Barba, who unfortunately left us yesterday. And so we are celebrating all her contributions. She has co-authored these two publications, and so her memory will remain with us. Thank you, and I'll be available for questions and clarifications. Thank you, Professor Raquel, for such a rich presentation and analysis, and we share your homage to these women who have undertaken such a difficult path of dialogue and thinking and construction for a better world for all of us. So we share your sorrow. We have not received any questions via the chat, but I do have a question. And thank you so much for not going over your time. So what is the degree of depth of analysis? What is the depth of the analysis that the organizations that you collaborate with, what is the perspective regarding Brazil in terms of gendered budget? I would like to know whether it is possible to determine the scale or the level of maturity that Brazil is at in implementing gendered budgeting. Brazil in general. Don't know if you are able to analyze country level or whether your analysis is more global. Is it possible to say whether we still have a lot to do, or perhaps some of our experiences are already worthy of note?
No, hoy yo no diría que para nada palabra, y por cierto, Brasil fue uno de los
Brazil
países que
is one of
presentó
the
un informe
countries that has
voluntario. Por tanto, hay
submitted a
información
self-report
documentada,
voluntarily,
por lo
and
menos
so
el Ministerio de Planejamento
at least the Ministry
reportó
of
sobre
Planning
avanzar en este
reported
indicador, y haya informaciones muy
on the advances in this
sustanciosas.
regarding this
En
indicator.
este reconocimiento de buenas
And
prácticas
in this
incluimos Brasil,
acknowledgement
y
of
ahí
good
la
practices, we
página o
included
site de los
Brazil
talleres y también no anexo de esta publicación, vocês vai
also
ter
in the annex of the
más detalhe. É
publication.
uma
You will
publicação de
find more details. It's a
2022, portanto,
publication
tá aí
launched in
o nível de
2022.
avanço está,
So the level
está
of
até aí, não é o
progress
mais
is up to
atualizado, mas está aí.
2022. It's not the
E
most
eu
up to
coloquei
date.
alguns dos exemplos
And
onde que
I
Brasil já avançou
have
na parte
mentioned some
regulatória,
examples where Brazil has advanced
na
in
parte
regulatory terms and
do
also
relatório, portanto, de publicar
in
esos
the
dados
report
para
and
o debate.
publication of data, in reporting and
Brasil
publication of data.
tem esse percurso a
Brazil
recorrer, eu acredito, está falando do
has,
nível federal, portanto,
well, we're
já
talking about the federal
fiz
level.
todos os exercícios que agora estou
All the
também
exercises
ansiosa de ouvir a nível federal e
at
municipal,
the
não só
federal
para
and municipal
parte
levels,
desta
the state and
publicação,
municipal
não,
level, are
não
not
lográvamos chegar
part
a
of the
tantos
publication.
municípios
We
que existem
wouldn't
na
be able to
região
reach
e esse
so
é o
many
destaque, não? Mas
municipalities
eu
and
queria dizer que a
states.
nível federal, esta
But at the
parte de
federal
desenho
level,
programático, de como
the
que os
program
programas realmente
design,
estão
the
integrados
way
esta perspectiva,
programs
se colocam metas específicas, se
mainstream
colocam
the
objetivos,
issue,
indicadores
whether
financeiros
they
mensuráveis.
include
Eu
specific
tenho um espaço
indicators
onde
and
que o
measures.
Brasil poderia
That's
também avançar. Brasil foi precursor
Brazil,
também
there is
muito
room for
importante
improvement.
Com o sistema Siga Brasil. Por um tempo também parte
For
desses
some
dados
time,
foram
part of the data
retirados, mas foi
was
uma experiência
removed,
pioneira
but
de mostrar
it
alguns
was a pioneering
dados de quanto foi
experience
alocado, executado
showing
e
how much was
finalmente fechado nos
allocated,
programas
executed, and
através do que
concluded
era
in
chamado orçamento mulher, não? Os
programs.
programas
It was the
chave
so-called
para este
budget, women's
main
budget,
objetivo principal da igualdade de gênero. Portanto, aí
aimed
mesmo às
at
vezes
gender
as
equality.
experiências vêm e vão. Para nós, Brasil sempre foi um exemplo
Brazil has
de
always
dos
been
primeiros países
an
a publicar
example
dados e a gerar
of a
uma
country
metodologia,
that
uma
publishes
metodologia para
data
o
and
seguimento
develops a
desses exercícios
methodology
e que
for
podia acessar esses dados. E acho que poderia ser uma muito
monitoring
boa
and
proposta de
for
retomar
civil
e
society
fortalecer
also
tudo que
to
é segmento cidadão também.
monitor the progress. Thank you. So we need more transparency in order to allow for more effective monitoring of changes, investments, and application of resources, prioritizing public policies that promote gender equality. Thank you, Professor Raquel. I'd like to know if you can hear me well, if everyone can hear me The technical area is saying that my audio is very low. So, Professor, thank you. We're very thankful for your availability, and the data and the reports that you have presented to us will be made available, and all will be able to access, and will have the chance to read the important information. Thank you, and I will remain for the rest of the panel. It's an honor for us. It's an honor. Thank you. We will move to the federative panel aimed at presenting positive experiences and difficulties of some Brazilian states that are already implementing certain budgetary and planning actions regarding gender-sensitive budgets. I will change the order, and I will invite the State Secretary for Women, Racial Equality, and Elderly People of the State of Paraná, Secretary Leandre Dal Ponte. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You have the floor, Secretary. You have 20 minutes. Thank you. I'd like to greet all of you who are part of the panel together with us on behalf. Your microphone is off. Your microphone. Yes, I'm sorry. Before I give the floor to you, I will quickly read your bio to introduce you to our audience.
The secretary is also a congresswoman. She's an engineer, civil engineer from the University of Curitiba. She has specialized treatment as an executive leader in early childhood from the University of Harvard. She has experience in the public service. She was secretary in Saudade do Iguaçu, Paraná. She has 2 terms in office as congresswoman until 2023. As president, she was president of the External Committee for Healthy Aging. She was representative of Brazil in the UN, and she participated in several international visits. As she took office as Secretary for Women, and she is trying to promote gender equality. She's also author of Dona da Pensão, a book published in 2023. Now you have the floor, Secretary, for 20 minutes. Thank you, Luciana. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Superior School of the Prosecution Office and UN Women for this initiative, which is very important for us, for the militants of this cause involving the rights of women. I'd also like to greet my colleague Heloísa, Secretary in Rio de Janeiro. Through you, I'd like to greet all of the other representatives from different states who will be with us in this panel. I'd like to thank you for this invitation to be here with you, sharing a bit of our experience in Paraná. And I'd like to greet everybody who is watching us, the audience. It's a long program, a very productive session. I'd like to greet Raquel Coelho for her excellent explanation about the challenges that we face concerning gendered budgeting. I'm in the House of Representatives. I'm in my 3rd term in office, and I understand how hard it is to understand the budget. So imagine how society sees it. It's very hard to understand how the budget works. And we face a lot of resistance in planning so that we can create public budgets that are sensitive to several issues. We're working a lot with gender in the budget process, but I've worked also focusing on early childhood so that we could have greater visibility for this area in the budget, and so that we can see how much the country invests in early childhood. But here in Paraná, in 2023, the government of the state, they inaugurated, the governor went into his second term, and he brought several innovations, and he committed to promote gender and race equality in a state that has a lot of potential and has a commitment of not leaving anybody behind. I wanted to share my presentation so that we can show you what we have been doing in the state. Can you put it in presentation mode, please? As I was saying, in 2023, the governor of the state created the Secretariat for Women, Racial Equality, and Elderly Population. Right after creating the Secretariat, he created the State Fund for Women's Rights. It's an instrument that we can use to promote specific actions for women, and so that we could allocate resources exclusively for women and programs for women. We had a partnership with a foundation and with a coordination of policies for women in the House of Representatives. In 2023, we prepared the multi-year plan for 2024 to 2027 with the focus on gender and race. We identified 54 targets to promote gender and race equality. These are the first actions that we can monitor in the state, actions focusing exclusively on women. It's something that is unprecedented in our state. It's the first time in which we include this in the multi-year plan. And we will only be able to measure these programs in the following years, because everything started in 2024. It's the current year. We also, in order to create a culture that actually recognizes and respects and includes women in the budget, it's not enough to have actions only from the governor. We needed to multiply these actions in the municipalities. In our state, we have 399 municipalities, and we identified that we only had 19 municipalities that had policies for women. And we only had 81 municipalities with municipal councils for women's rights, and 64 municipalities that had a municipal fund for women's rights. What did we propose? We mobilized several people in 2023, and we created a new program called Caravana Paraná, United for Women. We visited all of the municipalities in Paraná, and we showed the municipal managers and the mayors. We proposed that we should strengthen the governance system for public policies for women. And at the end of this work, it lasted for 2 seasons. The first season focused on the importance of having policies for women, of having tools so that we could facilitate resource allocation to the municipalities for this purpose. And also through a control system, we had significant progress in the governance of the state. The government of the state working together with the municipalities. So we ended the season in June, and from 17 targets, we had 71 municipalities that had new policies for women. We went from 81 active councils to 215 active councils, And we went from 64 funds in the municipalities to 177 funds. And in the middle of this process, we inaugurated in our country a system to fund public policies for women. It's unprecedented in Brazil. It only exists in the state of Paraná. And this facilitates things for the state. It's easier for the state to allocate resources to the municipalities. And that's why we engaged with everybody. In the end of 2023, we were able to transfer resources from fund to 75 municipalities, and we executed a budget of 6 million reais. Right after that, we created the second season for this caravan. In the second season, we wanted to strengthen the network to protect women from violence. We worked with 6 secretariats. We worked with the prosecution service, with the Justice Department, with the Defender's Office. Several agencies helped us in providing services to women who are victims of violence. And we created a task force as well. We created a committee to face violence against women, and also a college, a school of public policies for women. And we have a debate among the states and the municipalities, because the policies need to reach the women, the municipalities. That's where we need specific actions and more funding. And for 2024, we allocated 20 million reais to the State Fund for Rights for Women, and 11 million were already implemented. We reached 154 municipalities until now, and we had to stop this process because of the election period, but we will resume this after October. That's when we have the elections, and I'm quite sure that we will be able to implement the 20 million reais, and our budget will become more robust. And here, I only mentioned our budget in the Secretariat. This is something unprecedented in this state. Taking a look at the most important public policies in our state, our goal is to fight against violence, especially feminicides. And when I talk about violence, and I'm even going a bit off topic, sometimes it's hard to convince people that you have to invest in these policies when we can't even convince other lawmakers that we have to fight against violence. This is a change in mindset that we require. We neglected several women with regards to violence. And in Paraná, we created a campaign against feminicides. Here we have a state day against feminicide. It's July 26th. We had a first movement against feminicide, and over 100 cities participated in this campaign. We're fighting to end violence and for peace for women, so that we can convince the municipalities that we need to have policies focusing on women. We need to prioritize women in the budgets, in the municipalities as well. And we need to do this in all of the municipalities of the state. We need to create a fund for that, so that we can fund policies to fight against violence, but also so that we can empower women. We can't have public policies without investments. So women belong in the budget process, especially because, unfortunately, we have too many demands to meet. And these demands are not met by the municipality, and the state created this task force so that we can advance in programs and actions specifically for women. And we will continue. We're working on this so that we can monitor these actions, so that we can check how the municipalities are investing these resources these resources that have been transferred from the state so that we can measure the impacts of these investments on the beneficiaries of these programs, the women. And we want to foster female empowerment, and we want to fight against violence against women. We have expressive numbers of feminicides, but we are working a lot so that women can blow the whistle. And the protection network requires a budget, requires funding so that we can fight against violence. This is something that we identified in the multi-year plan, and we now have actions for women. Since this is an intersectorial policy, it's a transversal policy. And we have been talking to all of the secretariats of the state so that we can raise awareness among managers in other areas of the states to show that policies for women need to be included in their planning processes, in their action plans, and in their programs. Because in Paraná, as in other states in Brazil, most of the population is made of women. These are some of the initiatives that we have been implemented in Paraná. We have had positive results. We've noticed that we're now going through an election period, and we've noticed that most of the government plans presented by the candidates, they have specific chapters for women. And the topic is only included in the political agenda due to political will. And this is due to pressure. I think we're being able to communicate this, and we will be able to create more space for women. In the state of Paraná, women occupy the agenda in the municipalities and the state, and I'm quite sure that we will have more public policies focusing on women in the federal government and interstate public policies, because sometimes the problems that affect women in Paraná are the same in other states.
And solutions can be shared with Rio de Janeiro, with Acre, of course, each with their own specific realities, but these are policies that we can design as state policies rather than government policies. So thank you, and I'll remain in case you have any questions and to provide clarifications. Thank you, Leandro, for sharing with us these actions taken by Paraná's Women's Secretariat, and for being sensitive to the topic. Targeting policies, state policies. We know that it's very difficult to work on the political level, and I am sure that you come up against a lot of resistance, as you just said, especially in advancing investments and priorities in more cross-cutting policies and more general policies. But in my view, any gain is to be celebrated. Little by little, the work of awareness raising will yield results and enlighten minds that have political resistance against more equitable budgeting. If there are any questions, if you can remain for some time, we could perhaps quickly hear everyone and then have a bigger Q&A and discussion block at the end. But if you do need to leave, please feel free. Your audio is muted. Thank you for the opportunity. Just to remind you that in the state of Paraná, we have advanced thanks to the support from our governor in building a policy that is still very new. Some states don't even have a women's secretariat. We started the current administration with the secretariat created and with several tools to make a difference in women's lives. Unfortunately, I will need to leave.
Mas fico à disposição se vocês quiserem me mandar alguma
But
dúvida.
if you wish to send me comments or questions through email and WhatsApp, please feel free to do so. Congratulations on the initiative. Thank you. And hopefully you will continue raising awareness. Thank you. And I will now give the floor to the representative of the North Region, Subsecretary for Planning of the State of Acre, Mrs. Kelly Lacerda. Kelly is with us, yes. I will quickly read
a mini biografia.
Her mini bio. Kelly Cristina Lacerda is Deputy Secretary for Planning and Director of Public-Private Partnerships, Administrative Director of the Secretariat for Education, Culture and Sports of the State of Acre. For 10 years, she worked at Eletrobras, Acre Distribution, and Manager for Sustainability, where she coordinated the Gender and Race Program, contributing to expanding equality in employment opportunities, an MBA in Public Management, External Control from the International School of Curitiba, postgraduate in Government Auditing from Estácio University, and also graduated in the Federal University of Rondônia. Secretary Kelly, you have the floor for 20 minutes.
Luciana, muito obrigada.
Hello, Luciana. Good afternoon to all of you.
Nessa tarde de setembro, para discutir, né, sobre esse tema tão relevante no planejamento governamental.
Congratulations on such an important discussion that can change the path of public policies in the pursuit of equality of opportunities, especially in fighting violence against women. First, I'd like to thank the opportunity extended to all the organizations involved in organizing this event. Professor Raquel, it's an honor to see your presentation.
In March
this year, we had a discussion on the approval of a law in the state of Acre, and when we received the invitation, we thought, what am I going to say about the topic? And then Professor Raquel reinforced that while we have questions and while it is necessary to explain what a gendered budget is, we need to speak about the topic. So we will repeat as often as necessary that the public budget should cover all the needs of a people and a place. And I am happy to represent the state of Acre and the North region, and to tell you also about the process in the state of Acre as of the approval of the law. I will share a presentation and also to help me remember all the points that I wish to address. Can you all see the presentation?
Bom, assim também como no estado do Paraná, né, nós também
In the
temos
state of
aqui a Secretaria
Paraná,
da Mulher, mas
we
que
have
também
the
é uma
Secretariat
jovem
of
que foi
Women.
criada no ano de 2023.
It was
E
created
aí,
in
no
the year
início do ano de
of
2023,
2023.
quando foi criada a secretaria,
So in March, when the Secretariat was created,
esforço, né, para ampliar
as a result of
políticas
the
públicas,
effort
né,
to expand public
combate à
policies
violência contra a mulher, de
and to
fortalecimento
fight
do
violence against
espaço de
women and
decisão e
to
poder, nós
strengthen
entendemos que
and
era
empower
preciso
women in
reforçar, né?
decision-making
A
spaces. We
Secretaria
understood that
de Política para as Mulheres, ela
the
não pode ser a
Secretariat
única
for
responsável
Women's
por essa
Policies
gestão
should
da
not
política,
be
né?
the
Ela
only
precisa
organization
ser
responsible for managing the
transversal,
policy. It
precisava
needs
do
to be a
apoio de todos.
cross-cutting issue. We
E
needed
logo no início da discussão,
wide
ali em
support. In the
abril
beginning of the
do
discussion
ano
in
de
April
2023, que a gente
in
começou com a
2023,
elaboração da
when we
LDO,
started with the
já pensamos
design
nessa
of the
proposta, já
budgetary law,
conhecendo
we
também, né,
thought of this
algumas
proposal
outras
and also
iniciativas, né,
aware
do
of
governo
other
federal
initiatives
de
of the federal
inserir
government
algum
to
dispositivo, né, no planejamento
include
orçamentário
provisions in
no foco
budgetary
pela
planning
igualdade de gênero.
with a
E a
focus on
partir
gender
daí, essa
equality.
discussão foi ampliando, né?
And so
Nós,
the
a
discussion
revisão do
was
PPA foi
broadened.
conjuntamente com a
The
Lua.
multi-year
E
plan
aí deixa eu fazer
was reviewed
as
together
injustiças
with the
colegas que a gente
budgetary
faz aqui
law,
fora do país, que
and
são nossos
those
instrumentos, né, de planejamento, né?
these are
A lei
our
orçamentária
planning
anual,
instruments, the
o
annual
plano
budgetary law
plurianual, que é o nosso
and the
planejamento de
multi-year
longo prazo, né, de
plan,
4
which is
anos,
our
né? E
long-term
aí,
4-year planning tool.
esses instrumentos já
So these
sendo tanto
tools
a elaborada a Lua quanto a revisão,
being
incluiu já uma
designed
matéria
and
de promoção
reviewed,
da
they
igualdade de
included
gênero.
targets to
Concomitante a
promote
isso,
gender
veio a
equality.
aprovação da lei
Alongside this,
estadual, né, a
the state law
4.168, que era para
4168 was approved, instituting the program of the gendered budget. And we wanted a law in order to ensure continuity, because public management
pelo menos a cada 4 anos, então
undergoes
existe
changes
em
every
termos
4
desses
years.
gestores, e a nossa
And
intenção era que a partir de
our
dispositivo
intention
legal,
was
iríamos
to put in place a
garantir
legal
continuidade
provision
dessa
to
política,
ensure the
né?
continuity of the policy
Fortalecer o trabalho que
and
já vinha sendo
strengthen
realizado.
the work that was already being done.
Simultaneamente, nós fizemos acordo,
Simultaneously,
né, de
we
cooperação
entered
técnica com a
a
Fundação
technical
TIG
cooperation
Setúbal.
agreement
Inclusive, acho que em alguns
with the
desses dias, dessa semana,
TG
eles vão
Setúbal
estar
Foundation. I
discorrendo em
believe
dos painéis, né?
they are going to
A
participate
Fundação
in a
fez trabalho
panel
fantástico conosco,
this
faz
week,
trabalho
and the
fantástico com os estados,
foundation did
assessorando,
fantastic work with us,
nos
providing advice
orientando
and
e
support
auxiliando sobre a
and helping
disseminação do tema. E aí foi em
disseminate
novembro, né, no
the
finalzinho do ano
topic.
passado,
In November
fizemos o lançamento,
last year, we
pós-aprovação da lei,
launched,
fizemos o
after the
lançamento
approval
do
of the
programa, né, do
law,
orçamento
we
sensível a
launched the
gênero no estado do
program,
Acre,
the
né?
Gender Sensitive Budget Program in the state of Acre.
Passar, que eu acho que ela deu. Pronto, vamos lá. Bom, aí já em 2024 nós iniciamos o
In
ano com
2024,
a
we
criação
began
do
with the
Comitê
creation
de
of a
Apuração do
committee
Orçamento Sensível a Gênero. Aqui a gente já
for
trabalhava com a equipe de
monitoring
apuração
the
do
gendered
orçamento da
budget.
criança e do adolescente. E aí, com um comitê que é bem
So
atuante,
this
nós
committee is
resolvemos
very
replicar
active,
essa experiência, né, para
and
que
we
houvesse também
decided to
acompanhamento do OSG. E aí,
ensure it,
nessa composição
the
do
monitoring
comitê,
of this
já
committee,
baseada na experiência anterior,
and
a
based on
gente
previous
incluiu
experiences,
várias instituições
we
e
included
organizações que
several
pudessem auxiliar
institutions
nesse
and
monitoramento.
organizations
Então, a
that could
gente tem a
help in the monitoring.
participação
So we have the
dos três poderes,
participation
né, não só
of the
das
three
secretarias de
branches,
Estado,
not only the
das instituições
state
de governo, né,
secretariats and
que
government
são pertinentes
institutions
à pauta, mas
that
também a
are
gente tem o
connected to the topic.
legislativo,
We
que
also
tem o
have the
judiciário também
legislative, the
participando,
judiciary
uma ampla atuação do
participating,
Ministério Público também juntamente conosco.
also a lot of
Em
support from the
março, acho que
Public
alguns de
Prosecutor's
vocês
Office.
estiveram
In
participando do nosso
March, I believe
seminário
some of you participated
internacional
in
junto
an
com a ONU, falando
international
sobre
seminar, UN
a
seminar
aprovação da lei.
on,
Foi nos
we
lançado
talked about the
pela
approval of the
Áudio
law,
TCU, né,
and
desafio que a gente tinha que
Audio
voltar em
TCU
setembro e falar se já
gave us
tínhamos uma
the
metodologia de
challenge
aplicação,
of
que
coming back
naquele
to
momento foi só
speak
o lançamento
about
da lei. Então, em
the
junho
tool
desse ano,
in
nós
September. So in June this year, we concluded the report with the support of the Tid Setúbal Foundation. We launched the first report on gender-sensitive budget of the government of the state of Acre, giving us the opportunity to identify weaknesses and to work towards the future. And so, since the approval of the law, we have conducted workshops for engagement and dissemination of content. As Professor Raquel demonstrated, we see that the topic is not simple because we need to define categories and also define the monitoring methodology. So this is a time of a lot of questions, how to define priority categories, and what is specific budget, what is not, what is indirect budget that also affects women. So it's easy when we look at resources allocated to maternity, for instance, or motherhood, but in this agriculture sector, how do you define a budget for actions benefiting women, how to work in a cross-cutting way? And within the planning and budgeting of the state, where are these actions that can be part of this effort? And so it was a very complex piece of work, but it's just the first step, because from now on, we will work on the evolving role of the committee, as well as of the whole budgetary planning team, so that together with the different bodies involved, we can determine the categories. And so we have the following reality, as pointed out in the report. Clarity in allocations on inclusion of women as beneficiaries. So that was the first challenge that we found, because you can see the allocation of resources, but how to be sure that the resources are really being allocated to women's policies.
How are we including women in infrastructure? I have investments in the construction of houses.
Defendendo como principais requisitos, apresentando como principais requisitos a mulher
the main requirements are having women as beneficiaries for these investments. So we needed to be clearer concerning budget allocations to include women. Something else, access to data, gender data. When we collect information, that's where we have doubts. That's where we see that the way in which we record data not always gives us the opportunity of having this focus on gender. And once again, I want to refer to Professor Raquel's presentation. There, she said that there's a distribution between men and women. I think that's fantastic. So the seminar is helping us to improve our own methodologies. Something else that we also saw, and this is also a challenge, is problems of integration between different secretariats with regards to gender policies. Those who are in the front line, they know that we need to have integration among the different areas. We need to integrate infrastructure, agriculture, science, technology. This has to be connected to the Women's Secretariat. They have been working a lot in our state to reduce the indicators of violence against women, but we need to have more
no dia da
integration.
apresentação do relatório, deixou muito
And
claro,
when
olha, eu quero
the
ver o que está
report
exposto,
was
eu quero ver
presented, they said, I
acontecer,
want
né,
to
dentro do
see
Estado,
things
ver
happen in the
essa
state.
preocupação
I want
e essa
to
priorização das
see
demais instituições, das demais
that
secretarias de Estado
the other
na
secretariats are also
destinação de
involved
recursos, né,
and are also
voltados a
allocating
políticas de gênero.
resources
E
for
também
gender
outro
policies.
desafio que a gente
Another
enfrentou também, né,
challenge that we
indicador que
faced
foi exposto, né, são os recursos financeiros
is
limitados, né,
the
para
lack of
políticas
financial
específicas.
resources,
Então,
limited resources for specific
quando
policies.
faz planejamento orçamentário
When
de
you
uma
plan for the
maneira
budget
ampla, geral, e
more
que não há um
broadly,
recorte específico,
where you don't have a
tudo se
specific
torna prioridade,
focus
né,
on
no
anything,
cumprimento dessas
everything
políticas. E
becomes a priority.
hoje, possuir como marcador orçamentário, né, um orçamento etiquetado,
And when we have an earmarked budget,
a políticas
when
públicas
we
para as
have
mulheres,
resources
garante
earmarked
essa
for
execução,
women,
garante que elas
then
sejam, né, que
we
essas
can
políticas sejam
actually
prioritárias.
guarantee that
Então,
these policies
esses
will
foram os
become
principais
a
desafios
priority.
encontrados nesse
These
primeiro
were the
relatório.
main
E o
challenges
que a
that we found in
gente
the first report.
verifica, né, e espera, né,
And
a
what
partir de agora,
we expect
com essa
now
experiência, né,
is
com
that
mais
based on this
melhoramentos e registros,
experience,
né,
we will
dos dados
improve
orçamentários para os próximos
our data
exercícios, né,
for the
e
following
que
years.
com essa divulgação do
And we
relatório,
hope that
né,
once
ele
we
possa
publicize the
permitir
report,
ampliar o monitoramento,
we
né, e
will
acompanhamento das
increase
execuções.
monitoring and we will be able to better monitor
primeira
budget
reunião
execution.
de
In the first
apresentação,
meeting
você já
that
vê
we had,
vários
when the
segmentos que
report was
são
presented,
representados, né,
we
já
saw
discutir e
that
falar, você não
several
tem essa ação, eu quero ver essa ação sendo
secretariats
executada. Quando
said, oh, I
outros já
didn't see
dizem,
this action.
olha,
I want to
agora eu
see it
estou
being
vendo pela
executed.
primeira
And
vez
other
o
secretariats said, listen, I'm
dedicar
seeing this for the
ações
first time. The
específicas,
state is
para
now
o
having
público que representa.
actions
Então,
specifically for women.
nesse momento onde a gente demonstra a execução orçamentária do Estado,
So
como
when
ela
we show how the budget is being executed in the
em quais
state,
categorias que
and
a
when we
mulher
show the
está sendo
categories
representada,
in which women are represented,
dá também a oportunidade de
this gives
ampliar
us
esse
an
monitoramento
opportunity
de
to expand the monitoring measures,
haver também a maior exigência da
and
transparência
so
da
that we can
execução
demand greater transparency in budget execution.
consequência disso também
As a
a maior
result,
participação das mulheres,
we had
né,
more
nos
participation of
processos,
women
decisórios, né?
in the decision-making
Então,
processes.
eu reforço que falar de OSG
When
ele precisa
we
ser uma constante.
talk about
Não
gender
é
budgeting,
tema que a
this
gente
is not
esgota a partir da
a
aprovação de
topic
uma lei, e aí eu
that
vou
is
mostrar
over
esse
once
tipo
we
de
approve a law. So now we have a law and now it will be complied with. No, this has to be included in the planning process. The agencies have to be aware of their responsibility
com a execução
with
orçamentária
regards
e que
to the
cada
budget
vez que nós
execution.
definimos
And
marcador no
whenever
orçamento,
we
porque
define a new
foi
marker in the
identificada
budget,
uma
that's because we
fragilidade, uma
identified a
necessidade
weak
daquela
spot,
população.
a need in that specific segment of the
Mas
population.
eu também relembro aqui que
I'd like to remind you
estamos aqui no painel com várias
that we
mulheres
have a
e algumas
panel
que já
with several
estão em
women.
processo
Some of them
longo de discussão do tema, que
have been
lutam
discussing
por
this
isso,
topic for a long time. They're militants, they're
a
activists
busca
for this cause.
espaços,
They want to have more spaces, but we
essa luta
know
ela precisa ser
that
muito
this
mais
fight
intensificada, porque
has to be
em
intensified,
determinado momento, se há
because
uma
at a certain
pequena pausa
point,
que seja,
if
o
you
retrocesso
stop,
é muito grande.
then we will lose a lot of what we gained. We will have a setback if we stop.
Então, me alegra quando eu vejo
So I'm very
a
happy
vice-governadora
to
que estava
see
conosco há pouco,
the
quando
vice
eu
governor
vejo
here,
também uma parlamentar
when
que
I
está
see
nesses espaços, e aí
a
órgãos de
lawmaker,
controle
a
discutindo esse
congresswoman
tema de forma
discussing
a
this
fortalecer
topic
que não
in
é
order
apenas uma
to
responsabilidade
show that this is not simply the responsibility of the executive branch with the budget. It's a shared responsibility.
eu compartilho com vocês aqui, né?
This is what I
De
had to
forma
share.
muito humilde, o
This was our first report. I'm very proud of our first report, our gender budgeting report. In this report, you'll get to know how we defined each of the categories in the report. You'll learn about the history behind gender budgeting in our state, the challenges that we faced. Our concern in this first report was that we should be as honest as possible because we needed to display our weaknesses. We didn't simply say how many men, how many women were benefited, but we also classified the budget so that you could see our weak spots clearly. So we tried to depict our reality and raise awareness so that we could increase funding for policies for women. I'd like to share that we have advanced a lot on this topic. This topic has been the object of academic studies. So everybody who's watching us on Friday, we will have an employee of ours. He will present his PhD thesis on gender budgeting. He studies in the state of Acre, and he will present on Friday. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to all of the colleagues who are here from the Planning Secretariat and to the institutions that gave us this visibility, because that's what we need. That's what we seek. We seek greater visibility so that we can achieve more rights. And once again, we're in the pursuit of equality of opportunities. That's what we're striving for. Thank you very much, and I'm at your disposal to answer any questions. Thank you, Secretary, for presenting the challenges and the difficulties, but also for conducting this work. I'm quite sure it was quite complex work. It's technically hard to execute, but I'm quite sure that it's a good example, a good pilot program for other entities in other states that have still not woken up, that are still in this process. I'd like to ask you, how did you incorporate in the gender budgeting process? How did citizens participate in the gender budgeting process? Did you have the involvement of communities, or were you unable to incorporate citizen participation in the budgeting process? When we approved the law, we were about to deliver the annual budget law, and we were unable to incorporate these groups. This is one of the actions of the committee. The committee will hold seminars, and we will have debates to present not only the report, but when we start monitoring, we will also share this with several segments of the population. This is the role of the committee. The committee will hold such events with the community. The first report that we produced was to understand our own situation. We wanted to understand our budget. Now, we will establish a specific methodology in greater detail so that we can actually implement gender budgeting in full. Good luck in that process. It's not an easy process. As I said before, it's quite complex, but congratulations on the initiative. I'll now call to talk about gender budgeting. I'll call Secretary from the state of Rio de Janeiro, Heloísa Aguiar. She's an expert in social responsibility from the University of Rio de Janeiro, and she majored in law. She studied in University of Estado de Sá. She's coordinator of the Center of Legal Practice. She was president of Rio Solidário, a nonprofit organization that develops projects focusing on vulnerable populations. She was an analyst for projects in Cidades Consultoria. She focused on a project in partnership with SEBRAE, and she also worked in the public sector as advisor to the Secretariat of the Municipal Government, and she's a manager in the third sector. She worked in the city of Rio de Janeiro and Institute Superar. Secretary Heloísa, welcome. You now have the floor for 20 minutes. Thank you, Luciana. Thank you to all of our colleagues who are here. It's an honor to be a part of this panel along with you. I'd like to thank you for advancing my presentation. I have a meeting at 4 p.m. So I'll share my screen. I'll describe our trajectory. We're also starting out right now in the Secretariat for Women. We were born in January of 2023. That's when the Secretariat was created. We have been here for a year and 8 months. Like our colleague from Acre and our colleague Leandri, she's also a dear friend. We have been talking a lot about gender budgeting and about the fund she created and that the Secretariat created. That's very important. We're now exchanging expertise because we need to advance further in the municipalities. We need to take this topic to other places. We need to advance on this theme, and I want to thank Foundation TD Setúbal because it's very important to have an organization from the third sector with us. They have been with us throughout the process.
Both in terms in public-private partnerships and partnerships with social organizations. TD Foundation has been providing bridges, and so I will provide an overview that is very similar to what happened in Acre. And tomorrow, Rafael, the Subsecretary for Planning, will participate in the afternoon on gendered budgeting in Brazil, budgetary markers and accounting markers, transparency and federative aspects. So, as mentioned, the Secretariat was created by law in 2023, and Law 9060 is for the execution, is the report on the execution of the women's budget. And it took us 3 years to regulate the law. And so after the creation of the Women's Secretariat, the law was regulated. So we created a committee on women's budget that was responsible for the selection of actions to be included in the report. Social assistance, guarantee of rights, health, safety, autonomy, economic autonomy, education, and culture. We have a scenario of a lot of inequality in the state of Rio de Janeiro. In our state network, we have 18% unemployment rate affecting women. It's a very high rate, although we are one of the states with the greatest female presence in the population. Sorry, I can't move the... Can you see my screen?
Está apresentação, mas está compartilhada.
Ela está compartilhada no modo
Está
apresentação que não
compartilhada,
entrou.
mas não no
Not
modo
in the
apresentação.
presentation mode. It's not in the presentation mode, but we
Mas
can
ela
see
está
the
vendo, só não está no modo
slide.
apresentação. Então, como eu vinha... Agora foi?
As I said,
Então, falando em termos de
so
representatividade,
in
nós
terms
somos
of representation,
o estado, né,
we are
mais feminino, quase,
the most
o
female
mais
state
feminino do eleitorado do nosso país, com
in our
53%.
country, with
Depois de
53%
2020, mas tivemos
in
apenas
the
15
2020 elections.
postulantes às
But we
prefeituras,
had only
sendo mulheres, e
15% of
das cadeiras
candidates
municipais
to the
ocupadas
municipal
por
governments and
mulheres
only
ao cargo de vereadores.
10%
Em relação à
of
violência de gênero, a gente ocupa,
the legislative positions
a gente teve
occupied
nos
by
anos do
women.
ano de
And in
2022, segundo o nosso Instituto de Segurança Pública,
2022, according to our Public
fechado
Security
23 com os
Institute,
dados de 22. Nós
we
tivemos
had 125,704 women
de assédio, de agressão. Então, isso demonstra uma cultura de
suffering
extrema desigualdade,
harassment and violence, which reflects a culture of extreme gender inequality and violence, no different from the rest of the country. But my next meeting now with the director of the specialized women's police offices, I'm going to have a meeting to discuss the work with all the secretariats, a determination of Governor Cláudio Castro, who is a supporter of the women's cause. That's why he created the secretariat as in response to the demands of the feminist movement in the state. So we are committed with the promotion of gender equality. So the secretariat has been adopting affirmative actions such as quotas, capacity building. We regulated a law determining 5% of the placements for services to be provided to the state. At least 5% are dedicated to women victims of violence, and we have built a database called Center for Voluntary Adherence. It is for these women victims of violence, and so we have worked on to address violence and to provide economic empowerment so that women can break away from the cycles of violence, because we know how economic and emotional dependence leads to the maintenance of abusive relationships. We need to promote a culture of peace, transforming social relations. We do this through campaigns and capacity building and major events in the state of Rio de Janeiro, at carnival and football matches, and we have worked tirelessly on prevention, not only with the security forces, but especially in prevention, especially with the health secretariat, because the sooner we speak about violence and non-violence against girls and women, we need to reduce these sad figures. Also, the promotion of economic empowerment, incentives to schooling and professional training, because the way to eliminate all kinds of discrimination and violence against women and girls, working together with the whole of organized civil society, academia, and the justice system. We have a very strong partnership with the Justice Court of Rio de Janeiro, with the prosecutor's office, with the civil police stations, with the military police. We have the Maria da Penha Patrol, together with the municipal guards, to protect the lives of women who are under protective measures. Now, to our timeline. In October 2020,
a Lei 9.060 de 2020, a partir de janeiro de
The law
2023.
was
Nós somos
9060 was
da
sanctioned.
mulher, através do decreto
2023
13.310,
creation of
e em agosto
the
de
Women's
23, de
Secretariat.
fato, a
In
gente
August,
regulamenta através do
we
decreto
regulated
9.830,
through
a Lei
a
9.060.
decree, we
A gente
regulated the
precisou,
law
né, de 3 anos
9060. So it took 3
para
years
fazer a regulamentação desse decreto.
to
Então, não tenho
regulate
dúvida que foi um esforço
the law. It was
interdisciplinar com a
an
Secretaria de
interdisciplinary effort together with the Secretariat of Planning and with Foundation TG Setúbal, who
muito rápida, muito objetiva,
supports us
para que a
very
gente já em
objectively,
outubro comece a reunir
so that in
o Comitê de
October
Apuração
we
do
could
Orçamento da Mulher.
convene
Em
the
outubro, a gente
committee,
começa de 23, a gente
the
faz a
meeting of
identificação
the
das
Committee
ações
on Women's
no anexo
Budget.
da
So
LOA
we,
para
in
2024,
October, we identified the
dezembro, a gente fez
actions.
a assinatura
In
do acordo de
December, we
cooperação.
signed
Nós,
the
com a
cooperation
Fundação
agreement
Setúbal, com
together
vistas
with
também
TG Setúbal
ao
Foundation
acompanhamento
in order
e
to
apuração
monitor
de todos
and
esses movimentos que nós temos feito
supervise all the
interdisciplinar
actions that we
nos
have
grupos de
been
trabalho.
conducting
E em fevereiro de
in an
2024, nós tivemos aí
interdisciplinary
duas
fashion with all the
votações
working groups.
diferentes
In
das
February
emendas positivas
2024,
individuais.
translation apologizes, there is more than one microphone open.
Foi baseada
Translation apologizes. We are listening, we are hearing two different audios.
Que são as orientações básicas para a seleção, agrupamento e apuração das ações e despesas orçamentárias. O orçamento da criança e
So
do
the
adolescente adotou a metodologia
children's and
desenvolvida pela
adolescent
Fundação
budget
Brinque, em parceria com o Fundo das
adopted
Nações Unidas,
the Abrinq Foundation
para a
methodology
infância,
in partnership with
e
UNICEF
INESC, o
and
Instituto de Estudos
INESC, the Social
Socioeconômicos.
Economic Studies Institute.
Em relação ao valor total que foi
Regarding
apurado
the total
no
amount
orçamento da
of the
mulher do Estado
budget,
do Rio de Janeiro,
of the women's budget
a
in
gente
Rio de
pode
Janeiro,
verificar
you
que o
can
orçamento
see
ampliado
that the budget, the
ficou com
expanded budget,
97% e o orçamento específico
had
ainda muito
97%, and the specific
mas a
budget
gente
is still
consegue
very
entender no
small,
próximo
but you
gráfico
can
que a
understand
gente tem
in the next
o
graph,
percentual dividido pelas áreas
where
temáticas,
we have the
só com
percentage
3%.
divided by thematic
Muito ainda
areas.
precisa ser feito, mas a
Very
gente está
low, a
preferindo, né,
lot
olhar
needs to be done, but
o copo mais cheio,
we
porque a
prefer
gente
to
só para
consider,
fazer o decreto, né, da regulamentação da
well,
lei, a gente levou 3
just
anos, então eu acho que
it
esse
took 3
último
years
ano
just
e
to
8
regulate
meses
the
assim,
law,
foi
and so
de muito
the
trabalho,
last
de muito
year
esforço,
and
com
8
muita
months
humildade, mas com muita esperança de
was
que a gente consiga implementar de fato, né, como a
very,
gente
we were
viu
very
no
hopeful that we would be able to implement the gender-sensitive budget. And so we have, of the state budget, we have 3.6 billion
da mulher. E aqui a gente
allocated
consegue
to the
ver
women's budget. And you can see
aonde ele
here
está alocado nas
where
pastas.
it is
A gente tem
allocated.
62%
62% in
1%
health,
na
1%
segurança,
in
14%
security,
na assistência social,
14%
direitos,
to social assistance and guarantee of
educação e
rights,
cultura,
22% education
e
and
somente
culture,
1% na
and only
autonomia econômica.
1%
Então, a gente não tem que
for
reduzir,
economic
né?
autonomy.
Precisa
So
aumentar
we cannot
aí
reduce, we
o
need to
percentual, tanto da
increase
segurança quanto na autonomia econômica.
the
Grandes
percentages of
avanços têm sido feitos,
security and economic
principalmente na
autonomy.
parte de
Major
autonomia
advances have
econômica.
been achieved,
Hoje a
especially in
gente
economic autonomy.
lançou pelo segundo ano
Today, we
consecutivo
launched for
o
the
selo
second
Empresa Amiga da
year
Mulher, que é
the
selo que
seal
certifica empresas que adotam, né, boas práticas
women-friendly
relacionadas à
company
igualdade de gênero nas
on
companhias
good
privadas. Então, a gente
gender
também
equity
acredita
practices in private
envolvendo a
companies.
sociedade
So we
privada,
we
mundo
believe that
das empresas, a
involving
gente vai conseguir
private sector and companies,
diminuir
that we will
e
be able
inserir
to
cada vez mais as
reduce
mulheres no mercado
and
de trabalho. Mas a gente não
increasingly
tem dúvidas que ainda há muito a
and
ser
increase the
feito.
participation of women in the
Esse
labor
seminário,
market. But we know
eu
that
tenho
there's a lot to be done.
certeza que
This
é
seminar
para que a gente
is a
possa
milestone
falar
for
para
us
a
to
pauta do mundo, né? E quero
discuss.
parabenizar também a ONU
And
Mulheres,
I would like
agradecer
to congratulate UN Women and thank
da professora Raquel, que nos
Professor
convidou
Raquel for
uma
her
palestra
presentation
de muitos conhecimentos teóricos. Eu anotei
with
muitas
so
coisas,
much
porque eu acho que a
theoretical
gente, nesses
and
espaços de saber, de compartilhar
concrete
os saberes, é
information.
que a
So
gente
it
vai
is in spaces such as this
aumentar e
of
ampliar o
sharing
orçamento sensível
that we will be able to
Então,
increase
no momento
gender
atual, a
sensitive
gente está
budgets.
com a
So
reunião
the
do Comitê de Apuração do
current
Orçamento
moment,
da Mulher agora
we
em
are
setembro,
we
envolvendo as secretarias
have a meeting of the Committee of the Budgets, Women's Budget in September, involving the Secretary of Planning of Women, Education, Health, Safety, Labor, Social Development, and Human Rights. We'll have the third meeting of the cycle on gendered budgets in partnership with the Secretariat of Planning and Management and TD Setúbal Foundation. We have the preparation of the annex of the budgetary law bill. We are going to renew the cooperation agreement between ourselves, the Secretariat and TD Setúbal, and we will have trainings focused on municipal managers in 2025, because we need municipalities to be strong. Many municipalities don't yet have units and bodies to implement actions focused on women. So depending on the capacity of each municipality, we believe that life happens in municipalities, and in strong municipalities will have strong women's policies.
Essa é minha fala, uma fala pouco
So
breve.
this is what I had to present to you. We are implementing, in the process of implementing actions, but we're very pleased to be here and very thankful for the invitation. And we are also
Trocar, para que a gente possa muito mais
available
aprender,
for exchanges, for learning and sharing. And I'm very happy to be part of this team, very capable team, and I feel like a student learning with you. Rio de Janeiro. Well, Rafael will speak more technically about the gender-sensitive budget. I will leave to attend another meeting, but a member of my team will remain. Thank you, Luciana. Thank you to all the colleagues and partners who have given brilliant presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Strength, determination. Your work is to be celebrated, and your work is to be intensified. Your energy will pay off. I've been talking to Luciene from Audi TCU, one of the organizers of this event, and she told me that the foundation, TD Setúbal Foundation, that has provided this consultancy service to several public entities, does this for free. And it's important for us to know that we have the opportunity of not only exchanging experiences, but of also creating networks and also having technical advice. Several municipalities would find it hard to create a budget with so many different perspectives that are important to promote rights, such as gender perspective and race perspective. So it's important to share these experiences and these possibilities. These experiences have to be deepened, and the event has been quite productive in this task. Thank you once again. The foundation is very relevant, so we should highlight that. I'll now pass the floor to the professor from the School of Economics from the University of Mato Grosso, representative of the Legislative Assembly of the state of Mato Grosso. Once again, thank you, Secretary Heloísa, for your participation. Professor Rosângela, welcome. Good afternoon. Thank you for waiting your turn. We had to anticipate some of the talks and we altered the order, but thank you for waiting. Welcome. You now have the floor for 20 minutes. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'd like to begin by thanking you, congratulating the School of the Prosecution Service, the team from AudiTCU that has been working relentlessly, our dear friend Rita de Cássia, who has been working very well. And if we're here today discussing gender budgeting in Mato Grosso, that's because of the contributions from this team, which involves Rita, the Secretariat of Planning, the UNDP. Your contribution was very important. I'll greet all of our colleagues who are participating. I'd like to say that I'm learning a lot from you. And we have a different perspective concerning our experience with gender budgeting. In Mato Grosso, this process started not through the executive branch, but through the legislative branch. The Legislative Assembly started this. I'm going to share my slides now.
Ok, tá? Todo mundo vendo? Tá,
Can
né?
you see them? I think so, right?
A gente vai
Yes.
seguir mais ou menos esse roteiro aqui. Vamos
We
fazer
will follow this script. I'll give you an overview
a situação de Mato Grosso,
of the situation in Mato Grosso. I'll tell you about how we created the gender budgeting in the state, what were our results until now, and what are the advances and what are the greatest challenges that we have to resolve. I won't go into a theoretical debate because this was already done in Professor Raquel's presentation. She shed a lot of light on the topic and she presented important points for reflection concerning gender budgeting. In Mato Grosso, we're a very rich state, a state where we have a lot of agribusiness. We work with a lot of commodities, we produce a lot of soybean, but it's a state with deep inequalities, especially gender inequalities. Women in the state represent 50% of the population. It's a very balanced population, and they earn, according to the report from the Labor Ministry, they earn 27% less than men. Another figure that I'd like to share with you, sorry, I skipped over a slide. Another figure is this one. Today, we're ranked 4th in Brazil in terms of pay gap. And the highest positions, the management positions, inequality is even higher, 32% difference. Something else that we have to highlight when we're discussing gender budgeting is race. Women are not homogeneous. In Mato Grosso, Black women earn 27% less than white women.
salarial entre os homens é bem menor.
racial inequality among men is a lot lower. Black men earn 8% less than other men. So inequality in this state, the pay gap is predominantly female and Black. And so how can we advance in this discussion about gender budgeting? Another important figure that is quite embarrassing for the state is that we lead the statistics in feminicides in Brazil. In 2023, according to the Brazilian Forum on Public Security, Mato Grosso was ranked first, and we had 2.5 deaths for every 100,000 women. So it is a challenge for the state. In 2019, the legislative branch, the Legislative Assembly, created a committee to discuss the rights of women in Mato Grosso, and the committee was chaired by an appellate judge. The debate on gender in Mato Grosso started with the legislative branch, with the support from the social movements, feminist movements especially, and from entities from the other branches of government. The executive almost didn't participate. This report was produced over a period of 2 years. It was a very complete and thorough report. And at the same time, I think I removed my slides from the screen. I stopped sharing, I think. Here we go. I'm trying to find the place where I was. So they presented an excellent proposal of creating a policy for women in the state. And this was not implemented. It was not executed. In 2023, based on a work conducted by the Legislative Assembly, along with social movements, and we only have one congresswoman in our parliament. This congresswoman became the Speaker of the House, and she authorized a seminar to discuss gender budgeting. This seminar was the start of the discussion, and the plenary was crowded. We had representatives from female social movements. We had representatives from councillors, mayors, all women who are in politics. And it was a very important seminar in which we had the collaboration of the Budget Consultancy Service from the Federal Senate, from the UNDP, and we also had a presentation by Eliane Xavier from the Ministry of Planning. After that, we created a social movement in Mato Grosso, where we started to discuss gender budgeting, or women's budget, as we call it in the state. In this same opportunity, we created a special prosecution office for women in the Legislative Assembly. This office works in 3 areas: violence and discrimination against women. We created an ombudsman department so that women could report their grievances, so that they could complain about difficulty of access to different networks in which they could report violence. We had programs to promote gender equality, and we also had educational and anti-discriminatory campaigns in the Assembly. In 2023, we included in the budget guidelines law an amendment to create the women's budget. And we also had a report on the budget execution. And the executive branch, because of the pressure from this movement, they approved this amendment to create the women's budget. In January 2024, the executive branch didn't have any entities or any agencies for women, and they created a superintendency for women in the Secretariat for Social Actions. In February of 2024, we created in this Legislative Assembly a working group with representatives from all branches of government and social movements to discuss the women's budget. We proposed a methodology because the discussion was, what are we going to do? We can't simply let the executive branch to do whatever they want. We need to be represented in this budget. And in order to do that, we need to discuss how it will be executed and implemented. After that, we propose to work with autonomy, decision-making autonomy, cultural autonomy, and we also focused on expenditures, direct and indirect impacts of the expenditures, and the intersection with other areas. This is what Professor Raquel talked about. It's a policy that is not focused specifically for women, but it contributes to a certain extent. A proposal in the area of agriculture, a program for family farming. It will benefit, it will have an impact in inequalities, and it will reduce inequalities. In March of 2024, the Secretariat of Finance and the Secretariat of Planning, they created a working group to discuss the methodology and the report.
And it's interesting that they adopted the methodology that we proposed in the Legislative Assembly group. So they were very comfortable accepting the proposal, and they pursued knowledge. The technical team studied, and a unit was created within the Secretariat of Finance and Budget in order to prepare the budget. In the multi-annual plan, we were able to include women's policies as a cross-cutting agenda, with priorities established and two strong goals: reducing violence against women, a 16% reduction of violence against women, and also reduction of wage inequality, gender-based wage inequality of 16%. So out of a total state budget of 30 billion, we have almost 5.5 thousand, or 17% of the total allocated to the women's budget. We need to advance. We also want to show not only what the executive is spending, 5 billion, but also the other branches. So the executive is leading, followed by the Legislative Assembly, which has been making great efforts to allocate resources to budgetary resources to policies to fight gender-based inequality, and so on. So the big challenge in terms of budgetary execution of the women's budget is that we have relatively low execution capacity. Out of the total budget allocated to public policies to benefit women, 70% were liquidated. And there is a lot of remains to be paid. So we are left with 40% of remains to be paid. And so in addition to obtaining a bigger allocation, we need to manage competencies in the bodies responsible for executing women's policies, generally more connected to the social area, with less specialized personnel, in order to increase the budgetary execution capacity of these units. Now, from a gender perspective, or actually based on autonomy and type of expenditure, and I share with my colleague from Rio de Janeiro that the specific budget or resources that are specifically allocated to public policies benefiting women represents only 0.03% of the budget. It's insignificant. We have 341 government actions, those related to the expanded expenditures concerning policies that are not directly targeting women, but do have an impact in their lives. We have around 62% of the actions. And so the specific expenditures, 2%, or actually 0.03% of the expenditures. So it's important to focus and to mention that we don't have specific expenditures to strengthen women's economic autonomy. It's very indirect. And this is just an example of specific expenditures. Out of 5 billion, only 2 million are dedicated to specific expenditures. Only 11% of the 100 million have been liquidated. It's too little, and a lot has not been executed yet. So under the Code of Autonomy and Specific Expenditure, we have, look at the contradictions of public policy. All the actions to fight violence against women, all the actions, fighting violence against women, collective and diffuse rights of women. So the focus of the budget, in spite of violence against women being very present in political discourse, it is not reflected in the budget or priorities of the government. Lastly, we have, in terms of advances, there have been advances. We need to improve, but we have been able to institutionalize the women's budget, and the Finance Secretariat and Planning Secretariat are highly committed towards this. In the budgetary law for 2025, the women's budget is already included, and in the law we have introduced an amendment that prohibits the redirecting of resources that are already allocated to women's actions. So what has been planned needs to be effectively implemented. The Special Prosecutor's Office for Women is promoting actions to guarantee qualified assistance to women suffering violence and discrimination. In Mato Grosso, today we had a statement by a federal representative saying that protective measures allow women to control men, and it's really disturbing. I've spoken about the cross-cutting agenda. This movement resulted in the government creating a program called Family Women, providing 600 reais for women to pay rent. in addition to financial support, also a training program for public agents. In the Polytechs, special rooms have been set up with psychologists and social assistants, and a credit line whereby 48% of the operations of the agency that promotes financing for projects are allocated to enterprising women with an average ticket of 12,000 reais. So, what are the challenges? One of the major challenges is that the gender-sensitive budget, with specific and direct budgetary allocations to foster policies benefiting women, is an important means or tool for us to go from intention to promote and comply with the SDG 5 towards effective actions. So the discussion is about implementing the rights of women and effective implementation of the budget. We need to advance with management of public budgets, and we need to advance in methodologies. We need to establish standards and audits, independent audits, to assess the degree of promotion of gendered budgets. We need to assess the impacts of such budgets, and we need to advance in transparency and dissemination of the women's budget. The executive branch hasn't yet promoted debate, and so we are organizing a major seminar to present the results on the website of the Secretariat of Finance, hidden somewhere. It's not easy to find. So we have this discussion, and we wanted to raise these issues: how to assess the results achieved by a government through gender-sensitive budgets. I think this is the major points I wanted to bring, and how gender-sensitive budgets can be made more sustainable. Thank you.
Obrigada.
Thank you,
Secretary
Rosângela, for the explanations and questions as well, and for providing so much food for thought. And we need to think a lot, because sustainability of public expenditures is a topic that needs to be tackled, because we have so many economic issues, and limiting here, redirecting there, and reallocating all over. And so I found this mechanism that you instituted in Mato Grosso very interesting, the gender budget, and the provision that the gender budget is not to be reallocated. Even the public policies that perhaps should have been priorities, such as health and education, they are often redirected, reallocated. So thank you for all the work you've been doing, and good luck and on your journey, because we know that this degree of coordination and commitment of the branches is hard to achieve. But it is possible. We need to persevere, because the results will be achieved, will come about. I am sure that it is a challenge for all of us, the issue of difficulty in identifying expenditures, the markers, and what has not been spent and what has been restricted, and what is the impact of this on the budget that has been approved. So it's a situation that needs to be addressed also in terms of methodology. We are very pleased that so many states are already adopting instruments to define and execute the gender-sensitive budget, each with a specific focus or starting at different points. But the important thing is that everyone needs to start. I will now invite the representative of the government of the state of Ceará and Vice Governor of the state of Ceará apologizes. She will not join us. She had an unforeseen appointment. She was at the beginning of the afternoon, but was unable to remain. She will be represented by her advisor, Mrs. Verônica Correia, who is the coordinator for planning of the Secretariat of Women of the state of Ceará, and she will present the actions implemented by the state of Ceará regarding gender-sensitive budgets. Mrs. Verônica, you're very welcome. If the Vice Governor is able to join us in the last moments of our panel, she remains invited. And thank you for your availability to replace her last minute. And you have the floor for 20 minutes. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I am Verônica. I've been working for 14 years in the planning and budgeting area of the state and of Ceará, and regarding our women's policy. We're very pleased, and I will explain why. But first, I'd like to thank you for the invitation and greet the other speakers and the mediator, Luciana, and all the institutions involved in organizing this event, the supporters, the Federal Prosecutor's Office, the UN, and all our audience on YouTube. The state government through has achieved gender parity in its secretariat. And this is our distinguishing feature. The state government today has the biggest budget allocated in the hands of women.
We're very proud of that, for this credibility that we have received. The state has this reality, and this was created through the multi-year plan. We also received capacity building from TD Setúbal Foundation, and when we created the multi-year plan in 2023, the state visited all of the territories. Were divided into 14 administrative regions, and all of these regions received our visits. We went there to hear what the population had to say. After this process, we received a lot of feedback, and this was included in our multi-year plan. The plan was a participatory plan. We actively heard what the population had to say, especially focusing on gender, race, diversity, and traditional peoples. Our multi-year plan embeds all of these concepts. All of the secretariats had the opportunity of including deliverables for women. I'll give you an example. SEDUC. Among its deliverables, it included gender. the Secretariat for Health and for Education. They all did this, and we can see in our state budget these deliverables and the respective budget actions for each of these products that they proposed. Because of this cross-cutting nature, we have the indicators and the targets for each of the deliverables. And the most important thing is that this doesn't depend only on the executive branch. The legislative and the judicial branch, in their own budgets, they also presented these deliverables for women. The state is very transparent, and you can easily have access to all of this information, and you can see the budget allocated to women. Speaking of the Secretariat for Women in the state of Ceará, I'm a part of this secretariat. Our secretary is Jade Romero. She's also our vice governor. We have a budget of 36 million for this year. And we have several programs and strategies. A strategy to fight against violence against women, and we have policies to promote economic independence, to train women. We have a policy for self-care and health, and we have an equality seal and label. It was created last year, and it's granted to institutions that comply with the equality criteria within these institutions. We have a program which is called Ceará por Elas. This program was 134 municipalities in the state joined this program. We have 3 parts: safe women, entrepreneurial women, and women as protagonists. In each of these axes, the municipality that complies with all of these criteria will have joined the program, and the municipality can develop better by doing this, by complying with the policy. We have advanced a lot because municipalities have created their own secretariats for women or any other corresponding entity. The councils for rights for women have also advanced a lot and are now found in more territories. Now we have 124 municipalities that have women's councils. In addition to the strategies that I just mentioned, we also have awareness campaigns. The Maria da Penha legislation just turned 18, and we had a month of celebrations. And therefore, we discussed and talked more about policies for women as a result. It seems like people still didn't appropriate themselves of this concept. The more we talk about it, the more we'll be able to change people's mindsets. And we'll be able to bring this to all of the different secretariats. When a secretariat creates a program for women and they allocate a specific budget for that, they then get to know policies for women a bit better. And that's our strength, our strong point. The Planning Secretariat of the Government of Ceará has monitored this process every 3 months. We're able to monitor the deliverables that are being implemented and that are being concluded. And we, in the Women's Secretariat, we can organize that inside the state. I'd also like to say that out of the policies that the government has implemented, we were able to reduce and lift 600,000 people from poverty. Most of these people are women. We were able to reduce from 53% to 48%. So we have less women in a situation of poverty. We have social programs such as Ceará Sem Fome, focusing on food security. Most of the people who are part of the program are women, and this benefits this segment of the population. They are lifted from poverty, and they're also able of going after training. They have access to the labor market. That's why the Secretariat for Women has a partnership with the Labor Secretariat, so that we can refer women to the Labor Secretariat and so that they can have access to labor and employment. This is a program that we have promoted so that we can remove these women from the cycle of violence and from the economic vulnerability that they find themselves in, so that they can be a part of this new reality. I'd also like to talk about the challenges that we've faced. That's the hardest part.
O que mais nos desafia e o que mais a gente
Our greatest challenges and our greatest problems that we will have to overcome. We will have to prioritize resources because we know that there's a shortage of resources, and we fight for these resources, and we have to expand our budget. Our budget is specific for women. The assessment of public policies, that is quite generalized. We need to better assess the policies that we have today. And we have to have more effective policies. We were talking about this today. We need to involve researchers. We have to create indicators so that we can better measure whatever is being done, so that we can have more effective programs for women in Ceará. Technical qualification, that's another point for improvement, room for improvement. This refers to the women who work in projects. We have to improve the technical part. I think there are specialized courses and policies for women. I think we have to invest in that. We have to train our staff. We need to have master's studies, specialized courses, so that we can have a more qualified staff working in the technical part and administrative part, so that we can better develop these policies. And I'd like to conclude by saying that we're at your disposal. The state of Ceará supports everybody and will answer any questions you might have. Our work involves several policies. We started last year in 2023, but we're open to receive you, to welcome you. I'd like to thank you for all of the knowledge you shared. And I'd like to thank my Vice Governor, Jade Romero. She's a very dedicated woman. She's an example for us all. She's a reference for us. When we have a strong reference, especially a woman occupying a powerful position, we can notice that anything is possible. And then we're more motivated to pursue this reality that we're seeking. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon. Thank you, Verônica. The experience of all of the states is very relevant. You're all working with gender budgeting, and this is yet another equality instrument. That's very important. All of these experiences and actions have been developed by women who are occupying higher positions in all of the states and governments. And we hope to have more and more women in these positions as governors, as secretaries, as vice governors. We hope to have more women in these highest positions because in certain themes, we will only be able to evolve and advance if we have a woman working on these topics. You need to have a woman to kick off these projects. Before wrapping up,
Antes de encerrar o painel, trazer aqui questionamento do
I'd
chat
like
que,
to ask a question from the chat. The question was asked when Secretary Kelly was speaking,
outra pessoa que está assistindo pediu para que ele
and
fosse
somebody else asked the same question to the other speakers from the other states. Let me read the question. The question was asked by Clarice Marinho.
A Kelly deve estar ouvindo, né?
Kelly's
Ela
probably hearing this. She asked Kelly to elaborate on the Acre experience, how they treated the budget data for the universal policies in the area of education and health. Claudinea Ferreira also asked the other speakers to talk about examples of exclusive budget and non-exclusive budget. I don't know if it's too much of a technical question. If you can answer, they also asked you to clarify what is the percentage of the budget dedicated to gender. In Acre, in Rio de Janeiro, we didn't see that figure. Mato Grosso, Ceará. I don't know if this information was clear on your presentations.
E, enfim, são essas questões que eu vou dar mais
I will
para cada uma das expositoras.
give you a few more minutes if you have comments and if you would like to clarify this. We'll begin with Secretary Kelly. Is that possible? Yes. I'll try. Well, I don't know if you were able to share the reports, but in the report we explain the steps for defining the categories. On exclusive expenditures and non-exclusive expenditures, we do have in the report the ones that benefit women specifically without a direct impact on other social groups. And the selection criteria, so the target audience and where the expenditures are concentrated. So maternity or women's secretariat or maternal health or exclusive policies for gender equality. When we talk about non-exclusive ones related to the ones we have in agriculture, science, technology, training, there are others that include not only women, but also other groups. So how did we identify the ones with broad participation of women as beneficiaries? Luciana,
Qual foi a dúvida?
What is the question that you had? Did you have other questions?
Tá mudo o seu microfone.
You're muted.
Desculpe. É, o percentual do orçamento, você já esclareceu, o percentual do orçamento
Percentage of the
estadual,
budget, of the state budget, and also
dos dados orçamentários em políticas públicas
treatment
para a
of
diversidade, saúde e educação.
the.
Eu acho que você já esclareceu.
Well, I think you have already clarified
Isso
the
foi
question.
definido dentro das
Yes, this
categorias,
was
né?
defined
Então,
in the
assim,
categories.
nós
So
definimos lá 3
we
categorias.
defined 3
Então,
categories.
na categoria
In
número 1 eram as
category
do
1,
financiamento exclusivo, né, para
there were those
mulheres.
for the exclusive women's policies. Category 2, more generic, not inclusive or non-exclusive,
Que incluísse essas entregas
including
estratégicas, né,
strategic
previstas no
deliverables
PPA,
for
ou
women,
instrumento
provided
de
for in the
planejamento,
PPA or other planning
e
instruments.
também
And
categoria 3, que fosse aquelas que
category
não eram
3,
consideradas
those that are not
estratégicas,
considered strategic,
que não tivesse também no planejamento nosso, que
and that were not
fosse
in our planning,
governamental.
our
Então,
government
esses
planning.
instrumentos de
So
planejamento,
other
outras
planning
ações que a
instruments,
secretaria
other
desenvolvesse,
actions that the secretariats
compunham essa
would
categoria número
develop
3.
under category 3.
No PPA
In the
2024,
PPA
2027,
for
né, tem uma
2024,
previsão de
2027,
100 milhões
there's a provision of around 100 million
orçamento, né?
in the
Previsto
budget.
especificamente
Now,
percentual dentro da
provided
LOA
specifically
2024, eu não sei precisar,
in
né,
the
agora
2024
aqui
budgetary
o
law,
percentual, né? Só
I can't tell you what the
valor
specific
do
percentage
PPA.
is at this point.
Ok, Kelly, muito obrigada.
Okay,
Eu
Kelly,
vou
thank you.
repassar as perguntas
I will,
Mas, Luciana, eu vou compartilhar
Luciana,
novamente
I will
o
share
QR
again
Code do relatório.
the QR code of the report because
mais interesse, pode aprofundar.
Isso, ver de forma bem mais
those interested can
esclarecida,
find
bem
more
detalhada,
details,
item a item dentro dos programas e
item by
orçamentários,
item
né,
within
que a
the
gente
program,
definiu
and
o que era exclusivo do que não era exclusivo, né? Então, a gente teve esse cuidado para não
so
parecer que se eu pego
we were
saúde,
careful
toda a parte de maternidade fica aquele bloco imenso e dá a impressão
because
de
we
que eu
didn't
estou
want to have those immense blocks, giving the impression that I am dedicating a lot of the budget. But so I will share the QR code here of the report.
Então, quem tiver mais interesse de acessar o relatório
So if you're interested in accessing ACRI's gendered budget, you will find the details of the policy and the universal policy and the percentages of the exclusive and non-exclusive percentages in the budget. So Kelly, thank you. And now I'd like to direct the question to the representatives of Rio de Janeiro, Ceará, and then we will end with Secretary Rosângela, okay?
Oi, Luciana. É o Rio agora?
Sim, pode falar.
Rio de Janeiro now? Yes. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you. I had to replace my dear boss who had to go to attend a different meeting. I am superintendent here at the Secretariat for Women, and I have been very close to this topic. So the question is focused on the exclusive and non-exclusive budgets. I think we worked very similarly to Secretary Kelly. As an exclusive budget, we considered the one benefiting women menstrual dignity is an example, maternity is another example, among others. So all the actions of the Secretariat for Women were considered in the exclusive budget. Training, promotion of women's economic empowerment. All this in the exclusive budget. Regarding benefiting women and their families, we considered this as an expanded budget, but within those axes that the Secretary mentioned in the beginning, the decree that regulated the women's budget law, we categorize the actions as social assistance, health, security, economic autonomy, education, and culture. And within this rationale, and the figures that were presented in the beginning, we identified that 97% of the expenditure went to the expanded budget and 3% to the exclusive budget. So this is what we verified here in our estimates. So the first report for Rio de Janeiro will only be published next year. So this is the data that we had. We worked with estimates for the year 2024. So we had a last meeting of our committee and preparing the bill of the budgetary law for 2025. And so next year we're going to work with estimated data for the 2025 budget and with the execution report for 2024. So we are moving forward. If you have any questions, I can clarify. I'm at your disposal. Thank you for providing the data. Very relevant. And we are curious and interested in replicating the experiences. I will give the floor now to the representative from Ceará. We have, as exclusive budget of the Women's Secretariat and also the Racial Equality Secretariat, totaling 37 million. Now, programs with an exclusive budget of 40 million for women, we have the Women's Credit Program and also the Ceará Without Hunger, 70 million. 70% of those participating in the program are women. So it's a card with a grant for women who are in a situation of extreme vulnerability. And so we have a budget for women of 72 million. The cooking gas voucher and also the housing program, 20,000 reais, so that people can start purchasing a house. And so we are talking about 140 million allocated only for women. And so these are some figures. I didn't bring the figures for the non-exclusive budget because I have just arrived. But I promise to present the exclusive and non-exclusive budget information. Thank you. Thank you, Veronica, for clarifying. And I'd like to hear Secretary Rosângela. Is she with us, Secretary Rosângela?
Estamos aqui.
Yes, I'm here. I would like to, well, I didn't read your bio. Rosângela Saldanha Pereira, postdoctorate in social and gender policies by the Autonomous University of Barcelona, doctorate in Public policies by the Federal University of Mato Grosso and economics by the University of Brasília, also professor at the Department of Economics of the Federal University of Mato Grosso, and retired and consultant for the Legislative Assembly of Mato Grosso on budgetary issues. So you can answer the question now.
Então, fechei meu vídeo. Bom, quanto à participação, a gente tem que ter
Regarding
clareza.
participation, we need to have clarity that here in the state, when we refer to gender-sensitive budgets, we are considering the whole state's budget, not only for the Secretariat's budget. And that's why it reaches 5.5 billion, around 17% of the state budget.
Bom, isso agora o que quando a gente vai analisar aonde
So
esses
when we analyze where the expenditures are occurring, or where the investments are being made, we see that 54% of the resources are in expanded expenditures. What are expanded expenditures or indirect expenditures? The concept is a public policy or a policy for providing full-time schooling at primary level. That's a public policy that is not directly focused on women, but it has an impact on the quality of life, on gender inequality, reducing the time spent caring for children. So it will have an impact for women, and it is considered under expanded expenditures. Another issue, we have expenditures, so-called intersection expenditures. It's expenditures that one cannot categorize as expenditure for women, but in a certain way, it will have an impact. For instance, investment in family farming. So you provide a tractor for family farmer. In my state, much of the work is done by women. So financing or providing financing in agriculture will ultimately benefit women. It's not specific expenditure, it's not indirect expenditure, but it benefits women. And now we understand that there is further need to advance, and expenditures on health. It's not possible in our marker and account system. It's not possible to identify the expenditure specifically focused on women. This is not identifiable yet. So that's why we drew attention to this major challenge, because the budgetary structure was designed in a way that is blind to gender, race, and children, and so on.
The challenge now is to rethink the budget structure, the account system. And it's a long debate, but we have advanced a lot, especially with the support. I think the control entities have a crucial role because they can point to these needs, because sometimes they don't have this perspective. We have to provoke them to do that. That was my remark. I hope I answered the question. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Professor Rosângela. That's another lesson, technical lesson. I'd like to thank all of you for your availability, willingness to collaborate, to reflect together about this topic. I'd like to thank you. As a member of the prosecution service, at some point, we will become control entities. We will have to control gender budgeting. And we need to train for that so that we can understand that perspective and so that we can understand how we can foster, how we can control, how we can enforce and monitor. For us, it's also an opportunity, a unique opportunity to have this dialogue with the public authorities that are executing the idea. We're talking about law, and we also have to train so that we can better do our job. And so that we can contribute in some way so that this becomes a reality. Thank you. For those of you who are watching through YouTube, thank you for your availability. Good luck, patience, and a lot of strength in this work, which is very valuable. Have a great afternoon, and let's move on. Thank you.
Obrigada. Prazer estar com vocês.
Thank you. It was a pleasure to be here. It was very interesting. I'm being quite honest.
Nas minhas dificuldades aqui, mas é realmente trabalho de fôlego que vocês estão
It's
realizando.
a very important work, the one you're doing. You're a beacon of hope. I hope this generates a lot of results. Thank you. Thank you all.